everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you. It is Sunday. This is May 15th of 2022, and we are doing our live stream every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We reach out to hear from you, to hear what you think about the issues that are affecting us all, to go off of the main headlines and to talk about some of the other issues that are happening behind the scenes that are affecting your life and you may not even know about it. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the mass shooting that occurred yesterday and some of the details that you may not be familiar with, things that the major news media really aren't telling you at this moment. And sadly, it's because they're not concerned about your safety. They're concerned about your voting habits and how you're going to vote in the future. So we're going to touch on that, and I'm sure there will be many people who have many comments. By the way, if you do have a comment from anywhere in the world, you can call in to 607-242-1582. Our phone line is on and ready, and you can call in at any time, whether you agree or disagree with anything that we cover on the program. In addition, you can also text us at on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Any of the internet overlords will allow you to reach out to us and tell us what you think about the issues that are going on, because we value your opinion. Now, there's a lot of stuff we want to talk about, but there are a few things that we've talked about since January, actually for years, that we've been going over that the major news media really hasn't been talking a lot about. Let me start off with our public service announcement. We've been talking a lot about the avian flu. Since the beginning of the year, we have been warning you that there is a bird flu that is going on. It is in over 30 states at this moment, and it has destroyed, or caused to be destroyed, 30 million chickens, turkeys, and other birds. And we're seeing that it's continuing. Now, oddly, this week, there really isn't any news about the bird flu. That's really strange, because if we're looking on Google, as I did, and I'll update the Google search so you can see this, because I think it's important as a public service for you to be aware about poultry, especially if you're growing eggs in your backyard, you have chickens in your backyard, which many people are doing because of the upcoming food shortage that has been announced by the White House that was predicted on this channel back in February. Well, we know that it's in animals at this time. But really, the news media has nothing to say about this. If you go to Google, you won't see anything for a week, maybe 2 weeks. There's just no recent news about the bird flu, which is strange since it's affecting the entire nation and has been since January when we first started reporting on it. But if you go to DuckDuckGo, you'll see that there's a lot more recent news, literally within hours. I will update that as well so you can see this live. Within hours, there have been articles about the bird flu and how it's affecting Montana, how it's affecting Wisconsin. There are stories about what's happening in Pennsylvania, Seattle. There are stories that are going on in Illinois, which is kind of odd. And again, it's been found in Pennsylvania. It's really interesting when you compare the fact that there's a lot of news going on regionally telling you in various states about what's happening with the bird flu. But if you go to Google, the #1 search engine in the world, which has algorithms that manipulate what you get to see, they're not talking about this. They're not talking about any of this. The article they're talking about, the most recent, is 2 days ago. We were talking about that on this channel last week, on Sunday. This is week-old news that it's affecting foxes. And there's no other additional news on something that's affecting Americans every day. Everyone who has chickens in their backyards, people who are buying eggs or growing their own eggs to prepare for the food shortage we know is coming. Why aren't Google and the major news media telling the nation about this? Where is the plan from the Biden-Harris administration and Democrats across this country saying, hey, you should buy 10% more food every time you go out to the store? Again, I don't want anyone to panic. Don't go out panic buying. just go out and, as we've been saying since February, buy about 10% more of the food that you would normally get, especially long lasting foods like flour, rice, thin grains, things that will last a while, canned foods, so that if, as we have been told by the White House, there is a food shortage because of the lack of uh, fertilizer, because of the cost of diesel fuel, if there is a food shortage as we expect in the fall, you will be prepared. And if we are wrong, if somehow the economy magically fixes itself, if suddenly crops grow better than anyone has expected in the world, well, then you're going to have extra food. You can give it and donate it to the homeless, which I am a strong advocate of. You can donate it to veterans, especially veterans without homes, which I am a strong advocate for, and that will help take care of it. Our first comment today comes from Dal. Hello, Dal. He says, it almost feels like like the plan is, there is no plan on purpose. I don't understand. I mean, this is not new news. Literally, folks, you can go back to our Sunday program back to January, and you will see we've been talking about preparing for this bad economy, preparing for the food shortage, long before any of the major news media or the Biden-Harris administration ever mentioned it. And if you've been following the program, and if you've been taking our advice, you're already ahead of the game as food prices continue to go higher and higher, as we are seeing more and more shortages, because it's not just baby food. And the price of poultry is going higher across this nation. It is one of the factors that is increasing inflation and leading to higher prices. And we already see that there are riots and there are food shortages around the world, mostly in Africa, but around the world. So this is something that is very important. And I hope you are preparing for this and don't rely on just Google or the major news media to tell you these things, because they're not. And they haven't been. And they could have been. This could have been major news, but they chose not to do it. Now, I know we're going to get to the big news about the mass shootings and gun control. We're going to get to that. But I think there's other things that you need to know. And that's why we on this program like to tell you about these things. Now, one of the other big things that's going on in the economy, and I think a lot of people have some interest in this, is, of course, crypto. Crypto is crashing. We on this program have never been fans of crypto. And that, call me old-fashioned. I'm an old-fashioned stockbroker, investor. And I can tell you, I've never found crypto to be worthwhile because there's no asset behind it. But we know that people have been saying crypto is the solution. It is going to replace the dollar. We've heard people say that it is inflation proof. Well, that's not the reality we're seeing right now. And I say this not to tell you to buy or not to buy cryptocurrencies. I'm saying this so that you are aware there is no kind of investment that is proof against inflation or bad economies. There is no investment that is guaranteed to go up, and not enough people tell you that. And this is important because I've seen this as a stockbroker, where I've seen people say, well, I can invest myself and I will just make money and I will day trade. And if you don't know what you are doing and if you are not properly hedging your bets, you will lose money. You have to understand the underlying principles. And I think it's important because you don't hear this from the major news media enough. Look at what's been happening with crypto. On the screen right now is a listing of the 7-day percentage loss in cryptocurrencies. The 7-day, the 30-day, the 90-day charts on all cryptocurrencies. And what you will see consistently, and look down this list. I know everyone's heard about Bitcoin and Ethereum, who lost 10% and 16%, and they've been down for 90 days, 3 months, along with inflation increasing. But look through this list. I don't even know what these crypto companies are. You may see one that you know. All the links for everything we discuss in the show will be in the description at the end of the show. But look at this. We're seeing over and over again, overwhelmingly, these are the top 100 cryptocurrencies out there. And I don't know much about any of them, quite honestly. I'm being direct. But I want you to be aware, they are no different than owning stocks or bonds or land or any other investment that you may want to consider. They react exactly the same when inflation hits. In fact, some of them react even worse because there is no actual asset behind them. Cryptocurrency, as best as I can understand, is only valuable because we say it's valuable. And the moment that you say it's not valuable or that you try and transfer it, it loses all its value. And we're seeing this in cryptocurrency after cryptocurrency. Again, I don't know these currencies, but almost every single one of these currencies has reacted in the exact same manner. And that's important for you to understand. You can't put everything into one idea. I've seen people do it. When I was a stockbroker for a decade, never got a lawsuit. I had clients come up to me and say, well, I'm going to take out a mortgage on my house so I can get into the .com bubble, so that I can get into the markets because it's just going to work. I'm going to flip my house and use that as an investment vehicle so that I can flip other properties. I've heard all of the stories and all of the great ideas. I'm going to get into wind and solar because that's going to be the next thing next year or next month. It doesn't work like that, folks. That's not investing. That's trying to get a home run, and it never works. I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second. But again, these are the top 100. There are 10,000 cryptocurrencies. Please, folks, you have to be careful with this stuff. You have to take your time. And I'm not telling you what to buy or what not to buy or whether you should be in crypto or not. That's not for me to say. I'm not your broker. I'm not making investments for you. But I think it's important for people to understand there is no instant win. I don't know. It's like with the bird flu. You don't hear enough about that from the news media to say, no, you have to protect yourself. You have to be careful. And yes, cryptocurrencies are affected by global pandemics. They're affected by global currency. They're affected by inflation and food shortages and everything else that affects every other investment you can make. And we believe on this channel, as we have told you since February, we believe we are in a recession. We believe that we are seeing stagflation. And according to Deutsche Bank approximately 1 month ago, they believe that we are going into a depression. That's what they're saying right now. I can tell you, inflation has not finished increasing. It will go higher. We can be very, very sure of that. I mean, I want you to understand and take a look at this, and then I'm going to come back to the comments. But this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics itself. This is the Consumer Price Index. Look at these numbers. Food is going up. Energy is going up. You're looking at all the various commodities. These are increases in almost every single sector, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop because here's the price of crude oil right now, real time. And I'm going to update this. I want you to see the 1 year. Look at that. A year ago, we were down almost 50% lower. If we look at this from a 3-year objective, that's where we were back in 2019. The average was about $55. We're currently at $110 for crude oil. And the thing that's important to know about that is a forward indicator. You'll see in a month to 3 months as that crude oil is being processed and turned into gas and diesel, that these higher prices will affect the cost in the future. So if it's at 110, if it's been surging lately, prices will surge in the next 30 to 90 days. The news media isn't telling you this. This isn't rocket science. It is something that you can figure out for yourself. And I know you're concerned about it because we can see in articles that come from, this is Rasmussen, a recent poll, May 9th. Voters are more worried about gas prices than they are about climate change. Well, you should be, because gas prices are going to affect you. And even if we decided to turn into a nation of solar panels and windmills tomorrow, it would still take 2 years before we could build them, assuming you could build them everywhere they're needed, which is not a reality. So you need to understand that gas prices are affecting energy for you, and it is the number one factor. And we can see from Bloomberg, prices are outstripping forecasts. Inflation is persisting. The major news media has failed you. They have not made you aware of this, and we've been talking about it on this channel since February. So again, we're trying to let you know what's going on ahead of time as much as we can. Hedge yourself and protect yourself with food, with poultry, with your investments. That's what we are here to help you understand. And that's true for everyone around the world. The bird flu has been affecting the world since 2020. We have seen that we've seen its impact in every nation across the globe. We are seeing food shortages right now, and they're going to happen across the globe. And of course, investing, inflation is affecting everyone around the world. Let me get to the comments because there's a few of them, and I just wanted to get that. So Dow mentions that what's most shocking, I think, is to some is, well, we already got a call.
Shocking, I
Hello.
think.
Hello.
To,
And whoever it is, you have to turn down your volume on whatever you're listening in so that we can hear you.
Hello. Whoever it is, you have to turn down your volume on whatever you're listening in.
Yeah.
So that we can hear you.
Yeah, it is down.
Whoever it is, you have to turn down your volume.
Okay, I got a feedback coming through. Hang on.
How about now? How about now?
Nope, now it's fine.
Mike, John Curtis.
Hey, John. Good to always have you on. What's going
I was
on?
using my equipment, and I had forgotten to put the mute button on the video itself on YouTube. I didn't realize that was coming through as well. So
That happens. I know how that is.
I wanted to make clear that you and I were kind of getting into a little bit last week, and we've done that in the past, so it's not a big deal. I don't take
We
it
do that in
personally.
person.
And I know you don't.
Yeah, we
I
do
just
that in
want-
person sometimes.
Right. I just want to make it clear to you, and mostly probably your viewers as well, that we both agree on the abortion issue, 110%.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that I think that maybe your way of looking at it or trying to fight back against it might be self-defeating in a certain way. And I think that if we do it in a legal sense only for now, we'll advance much farther on the point. And that's all. We just have a different way of approaching the issue.
That's perfectly fine. And as I have said on this program over and over again, I do not mind having people with different opinions or disagreeing with me. I'm perfectly happy. We're passionate people. We have strong views, and that's great to hear them. I didn't say I was right and you were wrong. That's not.
Right.
I don't say that.
It's just our approach to maybe solving the issue is different.
That's it. And I'm perfectly happy with that. I have no hard feelings whatsoever.
And that's 99% of the battle is agreement on the issue, and then you can talk about how you're going to go and make the issue either make it right or do something better or compromise or whatever it is. But agreeing that on the issue is the number one priority.
Absolutely. Once we find the problem, then we can try and figure out together ways to fix the problem or address the issue.
So I wanted to mention that because I want to talk about, since we're on the subject, I know you're on economics, but I had a business for 22 years, so I know a little bit about money.
I would think so. And
anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I know you've been watching the program on and off since for a while now, and you've heard me talk about the factors affecting inflation. Am I wrong that we are seeing both a food shortage and energy, and that means we're going to see continued inflation as a business owner?
Well, I know it's tough. I never had a business during a high inflation time. It kicked in after I sold my business. But I do remember when I was a department store manager in Kmart in the early 80s. And you're probably just old enough to remember the high inflation in the early 80s. I was married in 79.
I remember it. I remember stagflation under Carter. I remember all of that. Yes.
But yeah, the thing of it was, though, I was married. I didn't have any kids. We both had decent jobs. They paid decent. It hurt us, but it wasn't devastating because we didn't have the mortgage on the house. We rented an apartment. The rent didn't go up that much around here, and the cost of goods and services went up. But we were both without kids. We were both making decent money. I mean, we complained about it, but it didn't really put us against the wall.
Okay.
So, but I saw it in other people. I saw it with people with children. I saw it when I was a manager in an apartment store. Every week we get a list of price increases, and it used to be 2 or 3 pages long, then it was like 20 every week. I mean, it was crazy remarking all this stuff. 2 weeks later, get to mark it up again, and 2 weeks later, mark it up again. It finally got to the point where the company sent out a notice and said, listen, we know this is a lot of busy work for nothing. We're going to be putting out, they didn't call them price increases. We'll be putting out our price changes only once a month. And I went, okay, because they were killing a bunch of manpower marking up stuff. That's how bad it was. Because back then, there were really no barcodes. You had to go by the ticket that was on the item.
No, you're right. But you know what I notice a lot of people think? That, let me ask this instead. In my 54 years of life, I do not recall a time where the United States was talking about food shortages outside of World War II. And that's in history, not in my life. I've never heard the government say, there's going to be a food shortage. It's coming in the fall. And then on top of that news, not tell the public, and here's our plan, or here's an idea, or here's something that you can do. Maybe I'm not old enough. Has that ever happened in your lifetime?
Well, here's the funny part. Here's the part that intrigues me. The conservative people like you and I are always complaining about government interfering in private industry and in business. But one of the few times that 100% of the people agree on maybe government sitting down with business, i.e. we'll use the baby formula for an example, sitting down with the manufacturers and going, oh, come on, guys, what can we do to help you out in this crisis? Because it is a crisis. Now, I doubt if 90% of conservative people would be against that. Like, say, we'll see if Trump was president. He would get all the CEOs in a room and he goes, all right, guys, what's the deal? Let's hash it out. I'm not going to give you anything. I might make your life easier temporarily to get through this crisis. Then we'll go back to the status quo after. And I doubt if 90% of the people would probably agree. But they're not doing any of that. They're always put their nose in everything, but when it's time to put your nose in, they don't do it.
I don't understand. And that's one of the things. And am I wrong? You watch the news as much as I do, if not more. Am I wrong? Is there anyone else who's been consistently and directly talking to the public about the avian flu, the bird flu that's killing poultry, that's talking about food shortages and to prepare for that, that's talking about inflation and how it's affecting individuals? I mean, there's one story maybe every other week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Am I wrong?
No, mostly who's putting out the word is guys like you and I. Some have bigger channels, some have smaller.
Right.
It's the independent media that's putting out the word. And that's what's catching on. That's in the last 8-10 years, especially the last 5, has really, really, really got legs. I mean, we'll say Tim Pool, for example, because he's a big guy. He was just a kid with a microphone for a long time, even though he did a lot of stuff back in the old Occupy days with video. He started, now the word is getting out through people like him, and I'll call it the alphabet networks, a.k.a. the mainstream media, is freaking out because people like Tim Pool, Steve Crowder, all of them, Dave Rubin, they got bigger audiences than the networks do, and they're freaking out. But the word is getting out through different sources. That's the only difference.
Well, one of the great things I notice, and we live in the same region in the southern tier of New York, and something that I've noticed, and I think people will notice this across the country, your local newspapers were all bought out by conglomerates. Even our TV stations, we just had a recent TV station, a very old one, that was just bought out as well. And so these conglomerates own it, and they don't care about local news. They talk maybe about regional and national news, but it's down to guys like you and me who say, okay, this is how it's affecting us and how we see it affecting our neighbors in other states.
That's an issue with, and I'll say the internet. Everything changes. In other words, when cars came around, guys that did horse and buggies went out of business. When the internet came up, a lot of local businesses, you and I are on the internet a lot. I'm on YouTube a lot. You see local commercials for liquor stores and other they're spending their money somewhere else besides local advertising. So the revenue for local stations was dwindling rapidly. So they had to merge things in order to survive. There's no way a local station could just survive on local advertising and do the overhead that they have. That's the issue, because the advertising money is getting filtered somewhere else.
Yeah, it's crazy. And this isn't even about money, though, because I wish it was. I'm not making money at this. I lose money doing this.
Well, not everybody's as dumb as you or I.
But it's important. And I think having people talk, especially sometimes I know we have users on the channel from Norway, from Poland, from India, Mexico. God, we have people from across about 100 countries that watch this program. And it's interesting to hear them talk about what's going on. And then it helps you understand what's happening right here and how everyone's connected. I think so.
Well, it's funny how everybody is connected to the United States. It's like I've seen interviews with immigrants, legal immigrants, and they talk about the fact everybody wants to come to America. America is the place to come. They've been saying that since the founding of the country, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, I watch Sky News from Australia and a few other things from out of the country, and they all basically say the same thing. I'm paraphrasing.
Mm-hmm.
What the F are you people doing to America?
Yeah.
They look from the outside. You know, it's amazing to me that most of the people, I'll say a good third of the people that go on Fox and other so-called conservative channels that are immigrants are naturalized citizens. And they all say the same thing. What are you doing? They see America differently than we do, because most of the country's been brainwashed in thinking that we're the evil empire, and they're Luke Skywalker, and they're going to come in, and it's just ridiculous.
No, I agree. It is, but
the question is, what are they doing to America? I mean, in all fairness, and I say this tongue in cheek, but I mean this sincerely as well.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to screw up the worst you possibly could, barring nuclear war, I can't think of a thing they haven't done that hasn't done that yet.
Well, it has been. We have documented on this program, both on the weekly show and videos, and I know you've done videos as well on your channel, where we've been pointing out, here's what the promise was, and here's the reality. And we'll get to the mass shooting later in the program, where again we'll show you the promise of unity and the reality of division has been tearing this nation apart. And I think it all connects back to, none of us have a perfect vision of America or a perfect plan for America. But there's a big difference between having a plan and it doesn't work and then you adjust, and not having a plan and just blaming it on people so that you have a political advantage. Am I wrong for seeing it that way?
No, and in fact, America's never been perfect. In fact, I think it's John. I think it's Madison, one of the writers of the Constitution. And I'm paraphrasing. What he basically said is, we're not going to come up with a perfect product because we're dealing with an imperfect product, aka human. We're going to do the best we can with an imperfect product. It's never going to be perfect, because humans will never be perfect, but we do the best we can.
That's important, John.
And that's basically the essence of all of it. We're not perfect, so. I mean, how would you like to be known for the rest of your life? Every time somebody mentions your name, either on the internet or in person, the worst thing you've ever done. And all the great things you've done besides that don't count.
It's insane the direction that we're going in and the way that they are finding ways to separate us all.
You know what really would convince me that America was over? When people stop trying to put their lives at risk to get here. When they stop doing that, then I know it's too late.
Yeah, we've gone way over. We've fallen off the cliff at that point when we don't see it.
I wanted to call and just square it away. I know you and I know better, but a lot of the viewers might not. We've gone round and round for years, and I don't ever take it personally. I'll always defend your right to be wrong. You know what I mean?
Of course.
But,
and by the way, John, I want you to
We
tell
just-
people what's your channel so they can see some of the things that you do as well.
Okay. So if you see my name, you'll see it sometimes in the comment. In fact, I'll drop one in now. Do a shameless plug. I'll just say hi.
Don't put it in as a .com, otherwise.
No. I'll
it'll-
just say hi. What you can do is you can click on my name to get to the channel.
Okay, that should
That is
work.
what you can do. If you click on the name, it goes right to the channel. So I just say hi to people. And in fact, I just put up a video where Pelosi called Donald Trump a creature.
It's scary days. Scary days.
But I will say this though, in case I'm ever in a Trivial Pursuit game in the future, and the question is, who was the only Speaker of the House to lose the majority twice? I'll know the answer. It's Nancy. In the history of the country, it's only her.
Yeah.
But anyway, I want to make that clear, and not so much to you, but to your listeners as well.
Okay.
We're on the same page. It's just we disagree sometimes on how to proceed to fight the same issue.
And that's perfectly fine. That's what this channel's about.
Okay, take care, bud.
All right. Thank you, John.
Bye bye.
Now, for some of the viewers who aren't aware, John calls in from time to time. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, sometimes we argue. We have very different views, and that's normal. That's America. To be able to speak with someone and have a different point of view, either on the outcome or the path or various ways, and say, okay, I don't see it exactly like you do. Here's why. And that's not about trying to change someone's mind. It's not about trying to make them into a copy of me, or I'm going to be a copy of them. It's about understanding and saying, okay, I hear what you're saying. I can see where you're coming from. Where's the middle ground? How do we negotiate? Because that's what Congress is about, not hyperpartisanship. It's not about divisions. It's not about separating people. It's about saying, okay, where can we compromise? We have very different views. Is there a middle ground that we can walk down that is effective and efficient for everyone in America? And that's something you hear us say on this program a lot. Effective and efficient. I don't care if it's a Democrat, a Republican, a Libertarian, Green Party. I don't care. If there is a politician in your area and they are not effective and efficient at their job, get rid of them. Now, I particularly, as a conservative Republican, find a lot of flaws in the Biden-Harris administration, in the Democrat policies that we see. And I think the progressive movement has done a lot of damage. You may disagree. That's okay. Tell me why. Don't tell me your feelings. Don't tell me that you think I'm old, I'm ugly, whatever. I don't care about that. That's not important. Let's talk about why some ideas are better or worse, or how they're working. And maybe I don't have all the information, other people don't. That's why we're talking about the bird flu on this channel, because no one else is really talking about it in the major media. You need to know, especially if you have chickens or you buy eggs from your neighbor. You need to know about that. You need to know what's going on with cryptocurrency, and that it's not a solution, the answer to inflation or replacing the dollar. It has problems too. It has market risk like any investment, even if you're talking about gold and silver. And you need to know that. And people need to mention it, because the major media won't mention it to you. We've been talking about children from the CDC and around the world. It's now up to 348 children have been suffering from liver disease, and we don't know what the exact cause of that is. We've been talking about that since it first came out overseas in the United Kingdom, where they first found it, and there were 9 cases in the United States. There were 79 cases in the United Kingdom. That was a month ago. Today, it's over 348. It's in multiple countries, and we've seen, I believe it's 5 children have died, maybe 9 children have died in the United States. This is serious, and we need to be aware of that. Parents need to be considering that. The symptoms are very much like, oh God, I forgot the name of it. I will get it. It's a liver disease, hepatitis. It's very much like hepatitis. And parents need to be aware if your children are presenting, especially children under the age of 10, if they're presenting symptoms of hepatitis, you need to get to a doctor as soon as possible to let them check, because it could be a factor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical professional, but I see this in the news. I see there is a problem. You need to know about it. It's not getting news in the major media. This is what we do. This is what it is to be able to speak with people around the world. I know it's growing as a problem. More and more cases are coming. In fact, we found, and I have this, in India. India was actually one of the first nations to see this. Where is it? And I pulled it up because I wanted to talk about it. Now, India was one of the first nations to see. God, where did I put that story? We found out now that India, back in 2021, had started to see these cases, and the rest of the world was not paying attention. They were the first one to find that out. So it's important for you to know this has been going on for a while. It could be affecting your kids. Let your doctors know. Don't panic. Don't freak out. Take your time, and then you will get to it. Okay? So that's important. And if you're around the world, in the United Kingdom, if you're in India, if you're in Canada, Mexico, Paraguay, Chile, we've got people from around the world. Let us know how it's affecting kids in your area. You know, is there a solution? Is there any news that I'm not seeing that's saying, hey, doctors have come closer to finding out what it could be? Or is there a telltale sign, symptom that would alert parents to know that this is something to be concerned about? I'm always open to hear what you have to say. But let's go further, because we wanted to talk about abortion a little bit. Because abortion really isn't the story anymore. The story has moved. And we knew that that was going to happen. It's run about as far as it could. Why? Because emotions have gone about as high as they could with this. And that is to say that we're seeing now, this is an article that comes from the Bowling Green Daily News. And what you can see is this is their opinion. This is from the editor. And the editorial staff have said the abortion protesters have gone too far, that this is a problem. In fact, they say, we do not believe it is a radical idea that there are proper places to hold protests. But a church that is attempting to hold its regular services should not be hijacked by these crowds. Even the Biden White House, which has supported the pro-abortion forces gatherings, warned against efforts to, quote, intimidate others, as videos showed protesters and parishioners in each other's faces while the church services were taking place. This is the problem, and this is the division I'm talking about. And the more that this is happening, and this is happening around the country, where we've seen the violence. We have seen that the progressive movement, their answer to anything and everything they don't like is to be violent. Now, the major news media doesn't want to talk about that too much. And they should, because it has a consequence. The more that we divide the nation, the more that we only give one side and demonize one set of people for having ideas that another set of people may have, that's how you get violence, because people get frustrated. They think they don't have an answer. They think that the only answer is to be violent, to be heard. And that isn't an answer. We do not advocate for violence on this program. I don't care what idea you support. I don't care what you believe in. If you're looking at using violence and intimidation to cause others to change their mind or to agree with your opinion, then you are wrong. That ideology that you're following is wrong. And I will say that up front. I don't care if it's left or right, center. I don't care. If you have to use violence and intimidation to push your idea, you have made a mistake. Your idea is bad, and you are following the wrong ideology. I don't care what it is. And we need to hear that. And that's why we heard, and we're seeing that even now, editorials are coming out saying, this is too much, this is wrong. You don't have to agree with abortion, late-term abortion, murdering of babies that are viable, that could live outside the womb. You don't have to agree with that statement. That doesn't give you the right to be violent or to try and intimidate people and to break the law. We've said it before. It's 18 USC 1507. Look it up. We've had the links before. You can see this for yourself. This is about intimidation and changing our nation in a way that requires violence and intimidation. And that is wrong. Even if you believe in abortion, even if you believe in late-term abortion up to the moment of birth, like New York State, like California, then I don't care. That doesn't give you a right to be violent. Even if you believe the lies that come from the major news media telling you that, well, abortion means women lose all their rights, which is a lie. Even if you believe that, that doesn't give you a right to be violent. You may agree or disagree, but that one we hold as a standard on this channel. And we know that the story is dying. It's not just because we're seeing around the nation editorials that are coming out saying the pro-abortion, the pro-late-term abortion movement has gone too far. We're seeing that because protesters decided to protest Nancy Pelosi, the very same progressives she's been trying to appeal to, showed up at her house. And the thing is, it's not a crime for them to show up at her house. She's not a Supreme Court justice. She's just a member of Congress. She can protest that in front of their house every day. In fact, Chuck Schumer said last week, it's all right. Protests happen every week at my house. Well, guess what? They're happening at Nancy Pelosi's house. And suddenly, when the protests show up at the Democrats' houses, all of a sudden they start supporting the law, 18 U.S.C. 1507, and they suddenly say, oh, we don't want to talk about this abortion issue. They let it go. The story started dying. Here we go. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program at No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask who your first name, please?
Hi, Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Hey, yeah, I'm going to talk about some of the the crypto and the stock type stuff,
Sure.
economics, but I mean, you obviously went into the abortion, and I don't really want to step on that too much.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's interesting because when you edge, I had one thought, obviously, economics got me to know more about the abortion, issue, and I think that kind of rolls into, it almost looks right now as if the Democrats are saying, "Shut up, you're losing the argument. You're going too extreme," and they're going to the utmost, extreme of partial birth abortion and basically defending the line on that rather than, sticking to, um, you know, incest and rape in that, form where there's more of a socially acceptable, argument, and that's the problem. They're just going farther and farther. Just an absolute, a woman should have the ability to kill any human being on the planet, irregardless of whether, or however they feel like, and that is really kind of destroying, their whole movement and the argument. And I think they're just ready to move on. Say, hey, look, we lost this battle. Let's just go on to the next. But that's kind of like, my opinion of seeing where they stand and where they're at with this, because I think they probably have some polls and statistics they're figuring out. They're like, you know what, this isn't winning us. Not going to win us all an election. Let's just move on to the next distraction. Fortunately, everything that they turn to is a complete total disaster. So I don't know where they're going to stand. But
Well, you may not
go
be
ahead.
aware of this, and let me let you know. There was a poll recently from NBC. NBC News put out a poll about abortion, and this is the disingenuous nature of the major media and how they are manipulating people. I'm showing it on the screen right now. The key thing is they're saying, well, the question was about whether people believe that abortion should be legal most of the time or illegal with exceptions. That's where most of America is. That's where the conversation is. Not extreme abortions to the moment of birth, not never allowing it at all. And that's what most states have laws about, that there is a limit in there. And the news media is being disingenuous. And it's funny because it's not working. We see Democrats screaming about this. We see progressives screaming about this. We see progressives going out and they are rioting and protesting right now. But if you look at the most recent poll from NBC, we see that abortion went from being the least important issue only having 3% of people who thought that it was important for the 2022 election. And then in May, that was in March, when they only had 3% of people thought it was an issue. Today, May 22, it's at 10% of people who think it's a big deal for the 2022 election. Yes, it's a 300% increase, but it's not a winning issue.
Well,
Jobs are.
well, the question is, even among 10%, who are the people who think that's the issue? The people who, want more abortion, or want restriction. I mean, and the thing is too is that when they're doing these polls, are they basically doing that generalization of just saying, well, do you want Roe versus Wade, to stay, or you want it to go? Basically, it's completely disingenuous because nobody has a clue exactly what that law entails. So, that that really ties into some of the dishonesty with polling. But another issue that came up is where the Democrats try to force a bill codifying Roe versus Wade. So they said Roe versus Wade, but even Joe Manchin came out and said, "Look, guys, this is ridiculous. Like, you want to ban a bunch of things in the books that different states find illegal, and some of the things that these states find illegal that you want to ban them from being able to do is partial births of abortion." He's like, "This is ridiculous. It's not a hill I want to die on, and I'm not going to vote for what you guys are going on." Because that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to basically say, you can't have any sort of restrictions. All partial birth abortion is completely, codified and legal. And Joe Manchin, like, guys, what are you guys doing? It's just like, you're done. I'm done. I'm not playing this game. We're gonna move on. If you guys want to continue to, play that game, this stupid game, you can go do your own thing. But I'm just, I'm done with this thing. And that's the whole thing. Now the media, is picking up the newspaper because they're saying, guys, what are you doing? I mean, are you really trying to, put out bills now that are, what it is though is the problem is the Democrats are clarifying the issue because a lot of people were just fuzzy with the issue. They didn't know what's going on because nobody.
Well, here's the thing. Even with people being fuzzy, even with people not understanding whether or not their state allows abortion up to the moment of birth, there's one thing that we can understand. And NBC puts it out, even though they hide it from the public because they reword this. The fact is, 55% of America, as according to the NBC poll of May of 2022, 55% of Americans believe there should be some kind of limit or restriction on abortion. Yeah. That's where America is. That's after all the hype. That's after saying Roe versus Wade is going to be overturned. It's about after the protests and the riots and the property destruction and Democrats demonizing anyone that doesn't agree with their view of having abortions up to the moment of birth, which is the majority position of the Democratic Party. 55% of America says there should be some kind of restriction. There should be limits.
Yeah, and that's why that 55% statistic, why Joe Manchin says, what are you doing? You're out of your mind. You're shoving this down the throats of people in the population. There's a 55% that, and that's rough too, because the thing is that when you really get into it, well, some form, the thing is, even when you get farther in, like partial birth, I think maybe only 6% of the population actually believe there shouldn't be any restrictions on partial birth. But the bottom line is that's what the Democrats were for. They wanted, that full thing. Basically, they wanted to, well, 94% of the population actually doesn't agree, with what the Democrats are doing, But then they just keep forcing that idea down. And I was saying, maybe last week, like, look, they want to continue to go this route. They want to argue this argument, I mean, they're going to expose themselves as what they are, And it's just,
it's transparency by default.
Yeah, 100%. It's just insane. And it's like, hey, go ahead. But look, I just wanted to, like I said, I wanted to touch on the crypto, some other economic good.
Yeah, that's always welcome to hear. The show isn't about what I think or issues. I just point out things that I don't think enough people are talking about. And I think it's important to know that crypto isn't the savior of, it's not going to protect you versus inflation or food shortages or energy prices. And I particularly find it difficult because there's no asset behind crypto. That's my personal view.
Well, You
But
know,
go ahead.
you're right. And the thing is with crypto is that it's completely speculative. The more people that actually, well, a lot of guys always that I follow on YouTube that deal with investing in stocks and even crypto and stuff like that. And look at if you're going to trade these things, to help to make money as it goes up and down, in these waves, you definitely make money off it. But if you think it's going to be a long-term investment and you're willing to risk, project, for 5 to 10 years, I mean, look, I mean, it's a lotto ticket. It's definitely a lotto ticket. It's got higher odds than a lotto ticket. But look, it's very risky. We don't know where the crypto is going to be, within 10 years or how it's going to. And I know that. I mean, I listen to Ben Shapiro, and he's like, look, he says it's going down. I invest in it, but I'm not going to have to sell it right now. And he'll hang on to it. But the problem is that there are certain cryptocurrencies out that showed the flaw in this concept, and there is no regulatory body that's actually restricting the way that they get traded. And when these things start to flush down and can't excel, um, there's unlike within the stock market, there are circuit breakers. Basically, they'll pause sales for a time period. And
Hmm.
it could be anywhere from 10 minutes to, I mean, for almost indefinitely, if they deem that there's some sort of fraud going on. Well, with cryptocurrency, as soon as something starts to sell rapidly, you can start a spiral, and guess what? You go to zero very, very, you
Well,
know.
there's nothing to stop it from that,
No, there's
especially
nothing
since
to
there
stop.
is, at the end of the day, if you say, well, give me the asset for it, because even if you own a stock, that means you own a percentage of the company. If the company, as an example, were to go bankrupt, well, you could sell all the assets of that company, all of its products, all of its everything, down to the light bulbs. And you
Yes,
could get, even if you got a penny on the dollar, you got something because you invested in it. There's an
and that's
asset.
what,
You
yeah,
don't
and
get
this the
that.
book, the book value of the actual company. So, for example, like if book value, like a dollar per share, and well, it's traded, if the stock is trading at $5, then it goes down, but the book value is a dollar. It goes below a dollar, and the company, it kind of goes to nothing. At least they could sell the entire company. They're probably going to get a dollar, off of the share because that's how much of the asset the company has of what it is if it goes to auction. Theoretically, um, go either way, I suppose. But like you said, though, it's got some sort of value to it
Mhm.
that sell off and make money off. Unlike cryptocurrency, there's absolutely nothing there. It's basically one person buys in, something because it has value, bidding it up and bidding it up. And the day that everybody pulls their money out, that's the day that basically it's completely worthless. And this has happened. I mean, this there
Mhm.
was a crypto Luna. I think it was LUNA, if I could recall, and it was supposed to be a crypto based on I think dollar. So they wanted like a stable and it basically, was trading at a dollar, I think around a dollar 1 point, and then all of a sudden it tanked. Now it just went from wherever it was basically down to below 0 cents, completely. And everybody's looking at that as an example now of how, every single crypto go. And, honestly, that definitely could happen.
Well, and
Um,
that's why I want to make sure people understand. First of all, we're not stockbrokers. I'm not giving investment advice, but I am telling you to be aware of the risk that you are taking and speak to a financial advisor to try and understand your risk portfolio, your ability to accept risk. Now, I know a couple of people are talking about, and I'm seeing some of the comments, and they're mentioning, well, governments are providing it. It's being pushed by major media. Let me ask you, do you think that it's a good hedge? Has it, I don't know if you invest in crypto or not. You don't have to say if you do or do not, but I'm wondering, do you feel like it's a good alternative?
well, okay, as far as my investment, I mean, I did, buy some, crypto, like probably like last year.
Okay.
I have Bitcoin actually. It got up to what was it, $56. At that point, I kind of saw it and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna start investing in equity and do some swing trading in that. So I basically sold off the point. I realized that the percentage of gain as a trader, to swing something like that, there just wasn't enough to do it, and there was more downside to the investment than anything. Now, as
Mm.
far as being a hedge against inflation, again, it's not because because the bottom line is that it has no value. You know, I mean, the thing is that I mean, if I was to buy a bunch of, I don't know, what is something everybody uses every day? I don't know, eggs or something like
Aluminum.
that. If eggs lasted forever, obviously, if all of a sudden a bird flu comes by and kills all the birds, then your eggs are going to be far more valuable, and that would actually, well, not only have you guess, some sort of natural disaster, but also inflation. You know, they're constantly there's value in that sort of thing. But yeah, crypto, no value. I don't see it. I see it as a trade, and it has its waves. When people basically believe that it has money, then it will go up. And honestly, one of the things with actually everything within the stock market, and this goes into the entire stock market as is, you know, one of the problems with government and the way that they've been with rates being as low as they have been. And this goes not just recently. This goes back way back, probably 2008. Um, to the housing crisis bubble, pretty much on upwards, is they've kept, and they've lowered interest rates and we kept them very, very, very low. So there's always been, very cheap money. So a lot of these tech companies and, growth companies are way overvalued. I mean, they're
Well,
so.
not, hang on. Before
Go ahead.
you're going into the weeds for the average person.
Okay.
And so, and I want to just be clear. I understand where you're going, but I don't want to go too far into the weeds because most people don't know what price versus earnings, growth projections, the EBITDA valuations, book value. They don't know that.
Yeah.
So we're going to lose people because it's stuff that they're like, well, this is why I don't invest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was going to make it simple. The simple fact is government basically decided that it was going to print money at a very low rate and it inflated, all corporate, price valuation way, way high. And right now, that just a little bit of the interest rates being hiked up, it's basically causing the bubble to burst. And it's only going to, escalate even more as they increase the rates, trying to actually get a grip on inflation. I mean, this bubble, that we have right now is far greater. So as far as the market has come in, it's got a lot more room to go down before all these companies are actually in the range of their actual value. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully I made it simple enough to basically say that big bubble, it's going to pop. Government is to blame, for its positioning on this, and now we're gonna feel the pain of this huge bubble. And on top of that, though, is we continue to see the Fed, the Fed explain this. The Fed is just they're
Well, the
the ones
Fed's
who,
another problem.
yeah. Well, the Fed is the one who adjusts, and so if they don't, increase rates, quick enough, then we're going to see further inflation. But on the meantime, is that the Fed, by not increasing interest rates, also keeps the stock market from crashing. So you got, on one hand, they're basically, not increasing interest rates at a rapid rate because, well, somebody's
Well,
motivating them not to crash the stock market. Well, who want not the stock market to
again,
crash?
again, Jason, I
Yeah.
understand exactly what you're saying, but I'm a former stockbroker. And I know in having these conversations, we're going to lose some people because you're talking about, I understand you're not, it's not to dumb it down. I don't want anyone to think that's what we're trying to do, but that's a more involved conversation. Essentially, the Fed failed the public by not moving rates sooner to try and keep inflation down. That's the simplest way I can say it so that the most people will understand it.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, is I just, I think that there is definitely a link between, the Biden administration at the hesitant of the Fed. That's my opinion. I think that the Fed was hesitant to increase the rates because if they did so, that it would, cause, stocks, to start, to fall. And in essence, what's going to happen though, anyways, is that jobs are going down. But it depends on how quickly. Because I mean, actually, we're already seeing that happening. Is that I mean, I know that even like big names like Facebook, they stopped hiring. They cut their hiring down completely, and then other big cap companies have already kind of taken that same position. The next step is basically when they start laying off. As soon as they start laying off, then you'll see everything cooling off quick. And And the thing is that instead of having what they call a soft, we're going to get, potentially depression.
Well,
Um,
yes, that's something that we've heard from
yep.
Deutsche Bank already. They're the first and only ones who've said it so far, but that I've seen. But yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, it's extremely, it's extremely scary. And then the one other topic I wanted to touch on is that last week, I know I mentioned about the formula.
yeah, baby
Um,
formula shortage. Yes.
yeah, the
Hmm.
baby formula shortage. I mentioned that,
Hmm.
and I was like, yeah, it's crazy how that all of a sudden snuck up. Well, there's two factors. One was that the fact is that inflation. I mean, we already started seeing, all food shortages back in October, November. There's kind of writing on the wall that, there was shortages of baby formula happening, tightening up, so they're becoming more expensive. But then what happened was that one of the major plants ended up having a problem where, they had to have put out a recall. Well, part of this was though, the problem is where the federal government, the regulatory agency, kind of has an issue where not only do they, issue the recall and you know, tamp down, the problem, but the problem is that it's a transition between finding the problem, then quickly addressing, and then getting, the company back up to 100%
Well, in
output.
other words, it's a question of why don't they have a plan?
Well, yeah, well that's the whole thing. That the government's really good at basically, slapping somebody's wrist and pretty much paralyzing the business, putting bankrupt, for doing the wrong thing. Problem is though that bankrupt the company, put them on the sidelines for a significant amount of time, especially like a baby formula company that basically makes up anywhere from 10 to 20% of the the entire country's baby formula. That happens to be an issue, and that causes issues now we have for what we're going to be almost near starvation of certain children who are dependent upon these formulas. And so this goes back to and this is where it comes into a lot of people now are blaming the Biden administration for not actually seeing this situation coming down the pipe. you know and I would say yes, I would blame the Biden administration because they knew about this issue back in February, and they failed to make the address because they fortunately did not have the site to actually see that where all of a sudden you're missing a 10 or 20% of your entire output, that is going to have major supply
Well,
chain problems, lead to potential starvation.
well, I think they saw it. They just didn't address it. But I want to
Yeah.
get more people involved and
Okay.
hear what some others are saying as well about all of this. Um, so I do thank you for bringing up the issues that you brought up, and you made some great points. And I think a lot of people are. I see people commenting. So let's hear what else some other people have to say here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one.
Absolutely, Jason.
Yeah, bye.
Now, folks, just like Jason, just like John, you too can call in and let your voice be heard to speak about this everywhere, because these are things that are affecting all of us, whether it's your investments in crypto and whether or not that's a good investment or not, what your experience has been, because I don't see the major news media asking. I am. I am also talking about food shortages. Should the Biden administration have been aware of this? We knew about this back in February, and we were warning people about that on this program. Why didn't the Biden administration say it? Is that because they were manipulating you to be able to get a better result in the 2020 midterm elections? Because I believe that's the case. Jason was mentioning it as well. Why is it the Fed didn't act sooner? Again, we saw the writing on the wall. We've been talking about it since January, if not in some form. We were warning people back in February of 2021. We could see the pending problem. Why didn't the Fed do anything about it? Was it because Joe Biden needed to be supported in the major news media? And that's why we kept hearing for all of 2021. In fact, even in January of 2022, we were told, economy is great. Look at the unemployment rate. Don't look at any of the other details. Just look at the unemployment rate. It's all good. Everything's going fine. You just don't understand. Well, we do understand, and things aren't fine. And that's why we have a baby food shortage. In fact, it's not just because of that. And I'm not going to blame it all on illegal aliens, but that's another factor. We have seen, as being reported May 12th, that the Biden administration is taking baby food formula and they are providing it to illegal aliens that are entering our nation before they provide a plan for the American people. Now, I'm not saying that we should starve children, which is what Yahoo News would like you to believe. That's what the major news media wants. Oh, you're just evil. You're a Republican and conservative. You want babies to die. No, I don't want them to die because of abortion. I don't want them to die because they don't have food. In fact, I don't want illegal aliens to bring their kids because I think it's child abuse, which we have said on this channel many times. When you send children by themselves or you're taking a very small baby on a 1,000-mile trek where you don't have money, you don't have food, you don't have shelter, you have no idea what's going to happen. You might be lost in the middle of a desert, as happens a lot for these illegal aliens. When you do that and you have no preparations, that is child abuse. That is something that if you tried to do that and take your kid down the block and you weren't watching them, you would be hit with Child Protective Services, CPS, in this nation. And yet we are encouraging illegal aliens to cross our southern border and enter the United States so that their country doesn't have baby food, but America does, and they're going to give it to you, even as our children can't find that food. That is a problem. That is a lack of planning. Does that mean we don't give it to them? I'm not saying that, but I am saying you need a plan, and the Biden administration has no plan, and that's the problem, and we need to call them out for that. Not because they're just Democrats, but because they don't have a plan. And to tell me that I'm an evil conservative, evil Republican like Yahoo News is trying to do, that's dividing America over something that should be as simple as president provides plan. Period. It should be that simple. And then when the president doesn't provide a plan, then we go after that president. And if they're doing it because of a political ideology or the hope to gain votes because they look better than they're doing, well, that's a problem and they need to be called out. And I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat, Libertarian, Green Party. I don't care who it is. If you don't have a plan and things are getting bad because you don't have a plan, then you don't deserve to be in office. Period. It's that simple. It should be that simple. And instead, we're hearing from the Biden administration, from Democrats and progressives, well, you're just a political hack. You're just a Republican. You're just evil. I'm sorry, it's not that simple. I wish it were that simple. I wish it was that easy and that's all you had to worry about was, well, it's not a problem. But it is a problem. And it's a problem that millions of mothers are going through right now that they're having to deal with because they didn't take the choice of abortion and they are feeding their kids and they are going out and they're saying this isn't available. And the White House, it has told us and dropped it like a rock. They said, there is going to be a food shortage in the fall. We know this. The White House said that. We have reported it. Where is the solution? Where is the plan? Where is warning the public and telling them, don't panic, just buy 10% more. There's enough for you if you plan ahead. Just start planning. What if Biden back in January, February, March started telling parents, don't panic, there's enough, but we know there's supply chain shortages. We know there won't be enough baby food. Buy 10% more. Buy canned milk. Use milk as an alternative instead of baby formula or as a supplement to baby formula so that you will be able to stretch it out because we know that there's going to be a problem coming down the road. Start preparing now. If that's what they had said, yes, they would have gotten some flack from Republicans and conservatives in the media saying, see, he screwed up, which is fair. But guess what? You wouldn't have the crisis that you have now. And yes, it is a crisis when babies don't have food. Am I wrong? Isn't that the way to do it? Isn't that a plan? And I'm not telling you it's the perfect plan. I'm not telling you that it would be without political ramification. But what's the bigger ramification? That mothers are struggling and going crazy trying to find baby food. I've had people who have contacted me and told me they've been looking for baby food in 3, 4, 5 different stores, and that they are spending way more in gas than it costs to get the baby food. And if they get to the 5th store, they maybe get 1 can left on the shelf. You know what? Why didn't Biden tell America, buy 10% more each time you go to the store? Something I've been saying on this channel since February. Why didn't he say that? And make the problem that much less, so that when we do see that, and we see that he is helping to feed babies for illegal immigrants that entered America without permission, that are criminals, that have endangered their own children's lives, something that would be a crime if you did it in the United States. If you did exactly the same thing, went from New York to California in the same way that illegal aliens are entering America, you would have your children taken away from you. It would be a crime, and they would lock you up and throw away the key. And yet we are treating these illegal aliens better and treating them better with your tax dollars, and no one is allowed to say, well, this is a problem. Because if you do, they say, well, you're an ist, you're a phobe, you're a racist, you're evil. No, I'm pointing out a problem. And it's a problem that's global. Let me say it again. In Africa, at this moment, there are food shortages that are leading to riots and protests at this moment. And that is something that is going to happen around the world. It is projected by the United States government and the European Union and all other major world agencies that there is going to be food shortages in every nation, and that it will affect everyone. So where is the plan? Are they going to come up with a plan after we run out of corn, after we run out of wheat, after we run out of with the price of beef and cattle and chicken, when it skyrockets so high that the average person in America can't afford it, or to afford so little that it might as well not be able to afford it? Is that when they're going to come up with a plan? After the November elections? After we've already been suffering from the food shortages? I'm sorry, that's too late. Forget about the optics, forget about the politics, and make a plan. Is that too much to ask for from a president and a presidential administration and leadership in the House and the Senate, which is what the Democrats have right now? Put together a plan. Warn America. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. I don't think it's me. And voters aren't saying that it's just me, because people are worried about food and gas. They're not worried about climate change, because the climate is going to change every day. Every prediction that has ever been made since the 1960s about climate change has been wrong. Every single one. I know the news media doesn't like to tell you that. They want you to be afraid. They want you to obey. Every single prediction that has ever been made about climate change has been wrong. In science, that means your theory is useless. Throw it out the window. When it never works, every single prediction you make is proven wrong. Throw it out the window, start over. That's what science is supposed to do. That isn't what it is doing, because politics is involved, and it is a winning issue for some people because you're afraid. I don't want you to be afraid. I want you to be prepared. That's why we talk on this program. And you may not agree. Okay. And let's think about this. If I am wrong, guess what? You will have extra food, donate it to the homeless, donate it to veterans who are homeless, and everyone wins. Your family has extra food, you save some money because the price is going higher month by month. I just showed you the numbers, and I'll show you again. The cost of food is going higher. Can I get this chart? The cost of food is going higher. So it's not like I'm not helping you by saying buy a little extra. You're saving money. But even if I'm absolutely wrong, donate it to the homeless. let me get to some of the comments because I know I've been remiss on that. By the way, I see that Arcane Q joined us. Thank you for being part of the audience, Arcane Q. I haven't seen you before. We thank you for being part of our audience here. So some of the comments I see are the Fed hates making hard choices, the Federal Reserve, and no one likes when rates get increased. No, because it makes things more expensive. Your mortgage, your car loans, your student loans, everything gets to be more. Your credit cards cost more. It hurts everyone, but it is necessary. And if they started doing that a year ago, it wouldn't be as harsh as it is today. Dow goes on to say, ignoring the warning signs and not addressing the shortages seems more troubling because it looks more and more like willfully ignoring the issue, and that makes the motivations look nefarious. I agree, because even if the White House, even if Democrats and progressives had the best intention, maybe they thought it wasn't going to be as big of a problem as it's turning out to be. Why not tell people ahead of time? Why not make an alternative plan just in case? It's kind of like what happened with Ukraine and Russia. Biden was telling us back in December that he knew Russia was going to attack the Ukraine. Okay, what's your plan? He told us from December 18th of 2021, Russia's going to invade Ukraine. Okay, what was your plan when they did that? He told us that we were going to see energy prices increase because of it, but he did nothing about it. He didn't prepare America. He didn't increase the energy leases. He didn't help. He didn't prepare America for what was something he told us he knew about in December. And we only started seeing him take actions in March, late February, March. So let's try and understand this. You knew this was going to happen. You were prepared. You were telling us how they were going to do it, but you didn't have a plan of what to do when it happened. You knew all of this information and had no plan for the United States or the rest of the world. You weren't able to assure Germany that we were going to export extra fuel and gas to them to help the European Union combat the rise in energy prices, to not have to rely and funnel money to Russia, which would enable them to continue to fight the war that they are fighting. He didn't have a plan for that. He didn't speak to anyone in the European Union and say, hey, this is going to happen. Guys, start stockpiling, start preparing now. What is wrong? And people are saying, well, you're just conservative. You're just Republican. So you're just demonizing him. No, I'm saying he has no plan. He has no international plan. He has no domestic plan. And I want a plan. I'm not saying that it has to be perfect. I'm not saying that it has to be the right plan. I'm just saying it has to be a plan. Let's start there. Let's work with that. And let's try and adjust it from there. This is a problem, folks. This is a big, big problem. Let me go back to some of the other comments. User has been banned says, hell, even having a vision of what you want done would be better. And I agree with that. Let's see, some of the other comments. Wild lettuce, ephedra, mint. There's so many things you could be growing in your backyard. There is a cryopsis. User has been banned mentions that some people are scalping baby food, which is scary. Talk about price gouging. That's just crazy. We shouldn't be here. And that there are many stores that are limiting how much people can buy, how much baby food they can buy for their children. And, you know, if you happen to be on government aid, federal aid, you're able to buy more than people who don't have that, which I think is a problem. Why is it that if I'm in the middle class, you can only buy, say, 2 cartons or 2 baby food formula cans, but if you're on federal assistance, you get 6? Your baby needs the same. Babies need food just like everyone else. Babies need the same amount of food, relatively. So just because someone can afford to pay for the can and someone else can't, the baby is in the same position. Why are they doing that? Does that make sense to you? I understand poor people can't afford as much, but rich people, just because they can afford it, if it isn't there, they can't get it either. If the answer is give every mother who needs baby formula for their kids 3 cans apiece, that's the answer. It's not about whether you can afford it or not. I don't care if they're paying for it with the federal government or if they're paying for it with WIC. And the federal government and state governments shouldn't be making that determination either. Why punish someone because they make more money when a baby needs food? Period. Point blank. It's that simple. The baby doesn't make the difference, doesn't care about the money that their parents make. They want formula. It's troubling to me that there are stores and institutions that are saying, oh, we're going to treat poor people different than rich people because rich people, well, they got money. Who cares? The baby doesn't care. Maybe I'm wrong for saying that. I don't think I am. Let me go on. Dow mentions our forebears used to use canned milk or powdered milk, which I did mention, and you can use that as a supplement, if not a replacement. It may not be the best thing, but it is better than nothing. Agent Black. Hello, Agent Black. Good to see you from the UK joining us today. He mentions that in Sri Lanka, 22% inflation. The Prime Minister just resigned, and he's the first casualty of globalization. I didn't see that news about Sri Lanka. That is troubling if that is correct, that they're already at 22%. But honestly, I think America right now, when you go to the store, you know that prices real world are up about 25, 30%. When you're buying eggs, you're buying milk, you're buying food, if you can find it in the stores, we have 15% of store shelves are empty. That came from, I believe it was CNBC back in March. So we are having the same kind of inflation. It's reported differently by the government, but the reality of what we lived through when we go to the store is very different than when Nancy Pelosi sends one of her employees, when Chuck Schumer or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cori Bush, when they send employees to go and get that for them. They're not having the same experience as you and I. So I think it's real world. The world is probably closer to 20% inflation. Whether or not governments admit that, that's a different thing. But Agent Black, thank you for bringing that up, because this is a global impact. I see Hot Chicks has joined us. Hello, Hot Chicks. Good to see that you're with us. And she says, let's try to understand. We need to understand this. We need to understand the scope of the problem so that we can solve it. And saying that you don't, and having a government that doesn't have a plan doesn't help us. Because energy prices are continuing, as I showed you. They're going higher. This is a big deal. Yes, and Jason mentions Bernie Sanders once said, Senator Bernie Sanders once said, that bread lines are good because government knows how much you need. Yeah, but that isn't a solution. And I've seen bread lines when I lived in Moscow. I've seen how people live when the government decides whether or not a store is going to have food. It doesn't help people. That isn't a plan. That's a political reaction. And I truly believe this is because of the 2022 election, because Joe Biden has to look good in the major media so that Democrats don't lose as badly as we all expect them to. And nothing that the Biden administration has offered as a solution or as a solve or saying that he's doing great is not working. He's blaming everyone. Putin is the problem. Trump is the problem. Democrats are a problem. Ultra MAGA is the problem. I don't even know what that means. Ultra MAGA, what does that mean? Ultra, make America great again. That's what MAGA means. That's what it stands for. That's the whole point. America first. Not that we don't help the rest of the world, that we don't have allies. It's America first. Take care of America's baby food shortage. Take care of America's food shortage. Take care of America's energy crisis. Deal with that first so that we can do it. You know, let me give you an analogy about that. This is ultra MAGA for you. This is what he means. There is, in every single plane that you get on around the world, at least in the US, what's the first thing that the stewardess will do? Before the plane even takes off, this is what you do in case of an emergency. If there's no oxygen or there's an oxygen leak, an oxygen mask will come down. It may or may not look like the bag is filled. There is oxygen there. Before you put the mask on a child, before you put it on someone who is disabled or unable to take care of themselves, put the mask on yourself first, then help them. Gee, why do they say that on every plane in America every time a plane takes off? I know, it's so ingrained in our minds that everyone knows exactly the image and words that I am speaking about. You've seen the example on every plane every time you fly anywhere in the world. And that is, you have to take care of you first so that you can help the others around you who may not be able to help themselves. You take care, parents have to take the kids out of the fire. You have to be responsible. If you're not the one taking care of it, you can't help someone else. That is MAGA. That is Make America Great Again. If America can't solve its own issues first, we can't help anyone else because we can't fix our own problems. If we're not understanding, if we don't have enough food to feed our own people, we can't feed the rest of the world, and we shouldn't try. It sounds harsh, but it's not. Because trying to help them while we are starving only hurts both of us. Nobody gets to be better off. It's that simple. That's ultra MAGA. And to say that someone who says that is the MAGA king or the MAGA duke is stupid. And everyone knows it. And the Biden-Harris administration think that this is going to get them votes by demonizing Americans who say, let's fix America first. We have real, serious, obvious problems that are irrefutable. We have the data. The government is giving us the data. And blaming someone else and pushing the problem down the road, kicking the can, is not solving it. So let's fix it first. America first. Then we can go on and help our friends in the EU, our friends across the pond in the United Kingdom, in India, in Chile, Paraguay, in Canada, Mexico. We can't help them if we can't fix the problems first. Because the problem that we're having is probably the same problem they're having. And if we can fix it for us, we can help fix it for them. And I know my friend Agent Black over in the UK will say, well, UK needs help right now, so does our viewers in France and Germany and Sweden. And I understand. But if America can't fix it first, we're not going to fix the EU. And the same thing for if you're in the EU, if you're in Britain, if you're in Germany or Canada. If your country figures it out and you've got the solution, then you can help America and everyone else in the world. But if everyone's trying to help, they're just trying to keep everyone else going and no one has a solution, no one's improving. Everyone goes down. It's a vortex. It takes everyone down because no one is stopping to fix the problem. They're just trying to maintain and keep everyone maintaining, except you can't do that as the problem gets worse and worse. Is that not logical? Does that not make sense? Because I think it does. If you disagree, you can call into 607-242-1582. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why that doesn't make sense. Tell me why Ultra MAGA is a bad thing. Why Ultra Make America Great Again, America First. Tell me why that is a bad thing. Whether you're from the United States or you're from another country, tell me why it's bad for America to take care of America's problems first. Please tell me, whether you're an American or you're from anywhere else in the world, tell me why America should take care of the problems anywhere else in the world first before we take care of our problem. Why should we take doctors from our Veterans Administration, Veteran Affairs, the VA? Why are we taking doctors that were supposed to be taking care of our veterans who fought in wars because the United States said, we want you to do this? Sometimes even to protect other nations like the European Union, like our friends around the world. We've sent our soldiers out. They have died for these other countries, in other countries. And those who come back and who may have been injured, we're taking doctors away from them, and we are sending them to the southern border to take care of illegal aliens that have broken our laws and have committed child abuse, as I describe every time. Why are we doing that? As we have Americans, hundreds, perhaps thousands, definitely hundreds, perhaps thousands of Americans remain in Afghanistan right now. It is almost an entire year, and there are Americans that remain in Afghanistan, and the Biden-Harris administration don't want to talk about it. They stopped reporting the numbers after January, which was the 6th time that they changed the numbers. They said it was 100 people, 95 people, there were a dozen people, there were 80 people, there were 6 people, there were 100 people. They have no idea how many Americans are in Afghanistan at this moment, but they do know there are Americans abandoned, left in Afghanistan to this day, just like there are Americans who are abandoned in the Ukraine to this day. They have no plan for them. They have just thrown them away. If we can't fix that problem and get those people home, how are we supposed to help other countries around the world deal with terrorism? I'm asking a question, and maybe, am I asking the wrong question? Is that crazy? So some of the comments. Mike Bowie. Hello, Mike. It's good to see you. I don't know if I mentioned it before. He says, they're not trying to fix anything. And if, you know what, it feels like they're not, because if they are, this isn't the way to do it. This is not the way to let people know, because it doesn't feel like it doesn't look like it, and the results aren't happening. So I agree with you, Mike. This isn't the way to fix anything. User has been banned mentions super, ultra, mega, maga, tron. That's funny. Dow mentions many families become migrant workers all over the country. Only pioneer era homesteading properties that were not subject to property taxation were successful. Most ended up being sold to live. That's a big problem. It is a problem. But it's as much as a problem as what we're seeing. And again, the solution, there's no plan. Again, going back to the international policy and then the Biden-Harris administration, and I will get to the mass shootings. We've got time. But Russia is using the same trick that the Biden administration is using. And this is coming from Deutsche Welle. In case you don't know who that is the German national TV. This is German national news, Deutsche Welle. And Deutsche Welle was telling us about how Russia is now putting sanctions on U.S. and international companies to make sure that we pay for rubles, oil for rubles, and to punish countries that are trying to punish them for the war that they are having. And that's bad for us because that hurts our economy too. And that's important. It tells us that the plan isn't working, that they're using the plan against us, that Russia is doing well enough that they can punish other countries, and Russia believes that they will hurt the European Union in particular, which gets about 30% of its energy from Russia. They believe that they will hurt Europe more than Europe can hurt them. And that means they're going to try and force them to use rubles instead of dollars. And if countries start doing that, and again, May 25th, Greece is going to be the first test of this. If they start paying for oil and gas from Russia in rubles instead of dollars, if you think inflation is bad right now, it will go through the roof. Where is the plan from the Biden-Harris administration, from the European Union? Where is the plan to make sure that won't happen? Because as far as I can find on any international news, it doesn't exist. They're just hoping that Greece and other countries around the world decide not to use rubles and continue to use dollars. But if they don't, and sooner or later, there is going to be a country that's going to say, we need the energy, and they're going to back down and they're going to do what Russia wants. That's going to hurt inflation in the United States. This is important, folks. And the major news media isn't telling you about it. And here's the Russia is curbing gas to Germany. It's cutting its deliveries by 3%. Doesn't sound like a lot, except you have to remember that's an increase on the cost of oil and gas around the world. Every time Russia cuts off another nation, like Poland, like Bulgaria, like Germany, like Europe, every time it's cutting down what it's giving them, those countries have no choice but to go around the world. It's why Saudi Arabia is making fistfuls of money right now, and the United States is losing money because we need the energy. And whether Russia gives it to you or not, you have to have it. And I know there are people out there that say, but Mike, we'll just build solar panel, or we'll just get wind energy, or we're going to get hydroelectric, or worst of all, we're going to use ethanol. Let me address that real quick for you, because none of those are solutions. First of all, you need a lot of land for solar panels and or wind turbines, which aren't available everywhere. You go to a major city and tell me where in a major city are you going. There are cities who can't figure out where to build parking lots because they don't have the land. And you're telling me they're going to spend a couple of acres of land they don't have to put in solar plants and wind farms? Acres. They don't have enough land they don't have enough city blocks to put up a parking lot. And you're talking about acres of land for solar? And let's assume that they do. Okay? Let's ask that. Assume that we can build solar plants in every city, in every town, everywhere in the world. And we can put in wind towers everywhere in the world. Forget about the cost. Forget about everything else. We can do it. It's still going to take 2 years. It takes 2 years to make a solar plant. It takes 2 years to put up a wind farm or to make hydroelectric, which means the problem that we're having today still won't be fixed for another 2 years. That's assuming if they rush out there right now and start doing it right this second. 2 years. You still don't have an answer to the problem right now. It's still going to drive up the cost of energy because you still need to turn on the lights today. You still need the energy for your factory or your job today. So the fact that they're going to do it in 2 years, we'll have solar plants everywhere, which is a lie. Doesn't matter. You still got to get through today. And as for ethanol, which is the most vicious thing, the reason why you stopped hearing about ethanol back in 2012 was because ethanol destroys our oceans. It is a poison. It is toxic to fish and plants in our oceans. That is a fact. It's called deoxygenation of our water supply. Ethanol strips away the air that fish and plants need to live. And the more ethanol we use, the less there is. And by the way, if you're using ethanol, you need to use more fuel, not less. It burns cleaner, so they tell us, but it is less effective. So you need more of it, which means you have to buy more gas and you have to buy more diesel. You have to buy more energy, which means you're going to be paying even more, and it's going to drive demand up, not down. It may be cleaner for the planet, theoretically, if you don't count the oceans, but you need more of it. Don't believe me? Go ask your local environmentalist about ethanol. Look at the studies that have been done about deoxygenation of the Gulf of Mexico. The data is there. It's a reason why we stopped talking about ethanol, because it's poison to the planet. So I want you to understand that. So the real answer, and I think Dow mentioned it, nuclear energy is probably the best. But even with that, as Jason mentions, it takes 5 years. To build a nuclear power plant, which is the cleanest, cheapest way to get energy, takes 5 years. So again, it doesn't answer the problem today. This is a problem that they have brought us into. And if they had a plan, like Joe Biden told us he had a plan back in December, because he knew this is what Russia was going to do, then why didn't he do it? Why is he doing everything opposite what looks like a plan? If he knew in December, why didn't he increase gas and oil leases? Why didn't he give out leases so that they can make roads and pipelines from where they find oil back to the refineries so that we would have more energy? If he had a plan and he knew this was going to happen, why didn't he start hedging, and why didn't he tell anyone else in the world? Because he doesn't have a plan, and he needs to be called out for that. Whether you like him or not, whether you think he's a Democrat so it's good or not, whether you think that King Donald and the MAGA King is an insult or a compliment, it doesn't matter. Joe Biden doesn't have a plan, and it's hurting you and me. That's the reality. Okay. So, and by the way, if you disagree, if you think that we can build solar plants within the next 6 months, if you think we can build wind farms in the next 6 months across America, please call in 607-242-1582. Tell me how. Because I've never seen that plan. No city, no state has those plans. Please tell me, because the rest of the world needs to know. If you think we can use ethanol and it doesn't destroy the oceans, please call in. Show me that report. I want to see it, because all evidence I have seen, all science says it does, and that it is a bigger problem than anything that it solves. And we need more of it than just using gasoline by itself. That is a fact. Again, if you have a study that says otherwise, I would love to see it, because as far as I can find in research, it doesn't exist. But we are happy to hear your point of view. And I understand you may think, well, it doesn't matter. It's still important to do. Well, tell me why. Tell me why. I'm more than happy to hear the argument. Let's have that discussion, because the world needs to have that discussion. We need a plan. And I hope that, I don't know, Antonio Delgado or Joe Biden or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Cory Bush, Anna Presley, Bernie Sanders, Kamala Harris, somebody's listening, and maybe they'll steal one of these ideas and make a plan. I don't really care who. I don't care. I don't care if a Democrat or a libertarian or a conservative. I don't care who makes the plan. I just want a plan. I don't care who gets the credit for it. Just make a plan. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Does anyone watching the show have it? And yes, I'm getting to the mass shooter. Yes, I am aware that he is a resident of the southern tier of New York. John's mentioning that the shooter in Buffalo came from the southern tier of New York, that he went to SUNY Broome College, that he had an incident last year about threatening to shoot people. I am aware of all of that news. I am familiar with it. I am getting to it. I'm going to spend the last half of the show probably talking about it nonstop. But I think these are important things too. The fact that we're not talking about these things, that we're caught up in whether Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, we're paying attention to that trial. We're talking about everything else. We're talking about the MAGA King. Those are all distractions. And yes, to an extent, no, it's perfectly fine, John. You're just, you're jumping the gun, but it's good, because I do want to talk about that, and I am aware. But if I didn't know, you're telling me, so that's a good thing. I'm paying attention to the comments, folks. I am paying attention to everything everyone is saying here. And I am reading what you're doing, because you're helping me to make sure. Like I said, I'm looking for the answers. But I think we get too many distractions. And yes, the mass shooter, and I will show you, I will give you the evidence. The mass shooting in Buffalo is a distraction. It's not about solutions. It's not about making you safe. It's not about anything other than getting votes, keeping you scared, and keeping you distracted. That's a big thing to tell you. I will prove that as best as I can. I will show you the evidence I have, that will show you that the mass shooting in Buffalo is a distraction. There is no plan, there is no solution, and you will not be made safer because the leadership that are screaming about it right now don't care. And I will show you why I say that. By the way, user has been banned mentions HR 350. I'm not familiar with that bill. I follow a lot of bills, but I don't know that one. So that's why I haven't commented on HR 350. I don't know what it is. And I know Hochul is jumping all over the mass shooting in Buffalo because it's an opportunity. It's fear. But I will get to that in just a second. But I did want to talk about first, and then I will get to the mass shooting after talking about this. Assembly Bill A9095. I mean, it's a 3, 4, 5 hour show that we do, so we're getting to it, folks. But I think this is important stuff to talk about that no one else in the media is talking about. And I want to talk about this. Assembly Bill A9095. If you saw me on the Rory Sauter show, if you saw me with the Liberty First Foundation on Thursday and Friday, respectively, you heard me talking about this a little bit. And I don't think most people know this. I don't think most people have ever heard of this. Because this is a problem. This is a bill to allow, and this plays into one of the reasons why the mass shooter in Buffalo went out and did what he did. This bill it does one thing, only one thing. It changes one word in the New York State Constitution. That's all it does. It changes one word. And you may say, well, Mike, that doesn't sound like a whole lot. What is that one word? It changes in the New York State Constitution. Every citizen shall be entitled to vote at every election for all officers elected by the people and upon all questions submitted to the vote of the people, provided that such citizen is 18 years of age or older and shall have the resident of this state and the county, city, village for 30 days next preceding election. Let me make this real simple. This bill's, the New York State Constitution says that every citizen can vote. As long as you are a resident of New York State for 30 days, you can vote in an election. And the only change was to make it that only citizens. That's it. So they changed the word every to only. Only citizens can vote in state and local elections. By the way, only citizens can vote in federal elections according to the 14th Amendment. That's a fact. Read the 14th Amendment. It's Section 2. Only American citizens can vote in elections federally. But on the state and local level, you have your state constitution. New York State has our constitution, and it says every citizen. Republicans wanted to change it to only. Democrats saw that, and they said no. Now, you may have looked this up. And again, all links will be in the description at the end of the show. So you can see this all for yourself on everything we've talked about to make your own conclusions. But you may see this, because there is no news. On May 10th, 5 days ago, the New York State Assembly had a vote. The election commission. 15 people. Every single Democrat voted against what I just showed you. Every single Democrat voted to keep it as every citizen, not only citizens. They do not want it to be only citizens voting. And so what they voted on in this committee is the keyword held for consideration. So if you see this, you say, well, why are the Republicans voting against their own bill? They must think it's terrible. They know it's a bad bill. It's voter fraud or something. No. Like this is one of them. Chris Teague joins the Assembly minority in seeking the New York State constitutional amendment prohibiting non-citizen voting. That's this bill. He supports this bill, making that one word change. So why did he vote against it? That's him right here. Why did he vote against it? And by the way, I sent a text out to him and Norris and Brabneck and Mikulan, and Teague is the one who answered me on Twitter. But I already knew the answer. The answer is this word, held for consideration. When a bill is placed on a hold agenda in a committee can vote to favorably, unfavorably, or to hold a bill when it comes up for a vote. The bill is still to be placed on an active agenda at any time. The action usually is taken when the committee does not want to disapprove a bill, but feels further study is needed or there are amendments that should be made before the bill progresses. That's the key. So you put a bill in hold to get rid of it. When you don't want to be on record as saying, say, late-term abortion is a good thing, or you don't want to say that only American citizens can vote in an election, when you don't want to be on record saying you will let illegal aliens and non-citizens vote in elections, that you will disenfranchise voters, that you will nullify voters, as we see New York City has done, giving 800,000, 1/3 of all votes in New York State potentially, they are giving 800,000 votes to illegal aliens and non-citizens. And the Democrats don't want to be on record to say, no, we want illegal aliens to vote in elections. We want to nullify the voice of our constituents. They don't want to say that. So instead, they held the vote. They held this bill rather than letting it go into the Senate, which is controlled by Democrats, controlled by, well, it's in the Senate and the Assembly. But rather than letting people see the bill and actually have their elected officials show that they are concerned about the party and not the public, that they are willing to protect the Democratic Party and not the people, that they would nullify the vote of the very people they want votes from, that they will throw them under a bus rather than show you the truth and be transparent. They instead said, we're going to throw this in a closet under a rug and burn down the building around it. This thing will die before it sees the light of day. And you should know that. And no one in the news media in New York State covered this bill. Let me say that again. No one in New York State covered this bill. How many other states are doing the same thing? California, for one. How many of the cities and states are saying that illegal aliens and non-citizens can vote in your election, that they can decide who's going to represent you, that they can decide who's going to take your tax money and spend it on them instead of spending it on you? Maybe 800,000 illegal aliens voting together will decide that illegal aliens should get baby food formula, not you. Maybe they're going to say, maybe doctors should treat illegal aliens before they take care of veterans. You think that's impossible? You think that won't happen? If they have 1/3 of the vote of what normally votes in New York State, and they vote in a block, yes, that can happen. Yes, they can make that law. Yes, they do have that power over you. Mind you, you're going to pay for it all in taxes. It's going to be your taxes. And I have to ask you, do you know that whether or not in your state? Because in New York State, no one talked about that bill. No one. None of the major news media. They all ignored it. I'm one of the, as far as I know, I'm like the only news media, small as I am, I'm covering it. I'm one man. One man. And I'm covering this, and I've given it more airtime than ABC, NBC, CBS, the New York Times, the Atlantic, put all of them together, and I have given this more airtime and more information to the public on more venues than all of them put together. And this will affect 20 million people at least. And that's without saying, and here's the problem, and I know Larry Sharp has talked about this, and I've talked with Larry about this on his program, that these 800,000 people are going to use the same ballot that you and I use as a United States citizen, which means they get to vote on who's running for Congress. They get to vote in federal elections, which is a crime. And the only way you'll know if they committed that crime is you have to figure out every single one of those 800,000 illegal aliens. You have to find out their name, see where they voted at, and see if in their vote they voted for the federal election, because there is no difference in the ballot. They vote on the same ballot that you and I vote on, which means that they can fill out that ballot, and unless you know they voted, and you know their name, and you know where they voted, you won't know. It's not like New York State is going to do an audit of the vote to find out whether or not the vote was good. New York State won't do that. Democrats in New York State won't do that. Which means that we are going to see, to some degree, illegal aliens and non-citizens voting in federal elections, which is a crime. It violates the 14th Amendment, as well as, well, I say it violates New York State. And I want to ask you, how many other states is that happening in? Agent Black, is that happening in you? Will the United Kingdom allow that to happen? And if you think this doesn't affect you, it affects everyone. Because if they start putting in people into Congress who are there and their job, they're focused on protecting illegal aliens with your money instead of protecting you as a veteran, instead of protecting you as a mom trying to get baby formula, as an American who's trying to deal with the food shortage and the price increases, if they're focusing on them instead of you with your money, yeah, it affects everyone in America. And let me ask you, why does it take this tiny channel? I mean, we're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. That's our goal. That's our goal for the year. 1,234 subscribers. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 830. Thank God. And I thank every single one of you for it. I appreciate everyone, whether you agree with me or not. I thank you for taking even 5 minutes to watch this program. And every single one of you, you matter. And why is it me? I lose $4,000, $5,000 a year doing this program. It costs me money. For 15 years, I lose money doing this program. I'm one guy. I spend 12 hours a day reading the news. New York Times has over 10,000 employees. ABC has thousands, well over 10,000 employees, as does CNN, as does MSNBC. Why is it I'm out reporting them on something that's going to affect everyone in New York State and possibly the world? Because there's an answer. Ultra MAGA. That's the answer. Ultra MAGA. Because you're supposed to obey, you're not supposed to ask questions, and you're not supposed to think for yourself. You're supposed to go, oh, well, I guess the Democrats did that to protect you. How? Let me ask you that. How are they protecting your vote, which Democrats are screaming about they're trying to do, by letting non-citizens vote in our elections, potentially voting in our federal elections? How is that helping you? I ask any progressive, any Democrat, any of the members of the New York State Assembly, any of the members of the New York State Senate, any of the appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, appointed Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, who I don't know if he's working as a member of Congress or if he's working as New York State's Lieutenant Governor. Who knows what he's doing? No one knows. Who knows who's paying him? No one knows. I ask everyone in New York State government. Assemblywoman Donna Lapardo. I have a very good relationship with her. She's been on this program several times, done interviews with us. I am not beating up on you, Donna. Will you come onto this program and explain to me why we shouldn't have this bill? Why should non-citizens vote in American elections? I will ask County Executive Jason Garnar, who I know, who has been on this program. He's done several interviews with us. Broome County Executive Jason Garnar, will you come onto the program and explain to me and to the audience around the world and tell us why non-citizens should be voting in New York elections? Antonio Delgado, Kathy Holchel, you're welcome. Come on to the program all day. Candidates, Francis Copeland and Josh Riley, you're welcome. Come on to the program. Tell me why we should allow non-citizens to vote in our elections. How is that a benefit to us? And just as a quick answer, because I know what the argument is. Well, Mike, they pay taxes. Illegal aliens pay taxes, so they should have a vote. Representation without taxation without representation is the argument that they like to say. Hang on a second. These are illegal aliens. They have broken our laws on immigration. They are evading prosecution of the law. They are working, which is illegal because they're not supposed to be in this country, which means they're committing fraud, identity fraud, using fraudulent social security numbers. So yeah, they're paying a little bit of taxes, but they have 4 felonies, maybe more, that they have committed. And in the United States, felons don't get to vote. No, illegal aliens don't get to vote. Even if you want to say it's taxation without representation, well, guess what? Maybe if they didn't break 4 different felonies, they'd be all right. Someone here? The puppy is saying someone's here, which is strange because there shouldn't. Now, Agent Black, who's in the United Kingdom, mentions that this is a worldwide issue and that many of the politicians only care about themselves, which is why we're seeing it in the United Kingdom as well as in the United States, where we're seeing these non-citizens vote, and they don't vote for your best interest, they vote for their best interest. Agent Black mentions, we're up to 831. Thank you. We do love the subscribers, and just in case I haven't played it today, please like, share, subscribe. It matters to me. Changes nothing for you. I'll lose $5,000 this year, again, like I have for 15 years. But this is important. This is my passion, and all I ask from you, please like, share, and subscribe. That's it. Mike Bowie says, they're sending a clear message to welcome everyone across our borders. And users been banned, says citizens of the world or something. Once Elon gets to Mars, it will be a democratic order of planets. That's a scary thought. Yeah. Well, maybe someone's trying to swat the show. I don't know. But that's all right. I'm not afraid. Okay. Now, I said that this has a lot to do, and I want to show you one other thing, because let's talk about the mass shooting, okay? Let's talk about the mass shooting in Buffalo. Now, to understand that, we have to understand a couple of things. One of the problems is, so let me start off. Anyone who decides that the answer to whatever problem you can name is to go out and to kill, to attack innocent civilians or any member of the government, that they're just going out to kill people, that's their solution, they are wrong. That ideology is wrong. Whatever they support is wrong. I don't care if they're on the left, the right. I don't care what they are. I don't care what their religion is, their gender, their sexual preference. None of that makes a difference. What? I want you to understand that. I don't care if they're black or white. I don't care if they're doing it because they believe in CRT, critical race theory, or they oppose it. I don't care if they don't like this religion or that religion. It's for gay rights or against trans rights. I don't care. Whatever the reason is that they make up in their head to go out and kill innocent people, they are evil, they are vile, they are out of their mind, they are criminal, and they are denounced on this channel. We oppose all of them. I don't care what their politics are. No one should care because their politics, whatever their excuse is not a justification. And that's why on this channel, we try our very best not to mention the names of any of these sick bastards, excuse my language, but that's what they are, that go out and do these kinds of mass crimes. We don't mention their names as much as we can because they don't deserve the attention. We need to know about the crime. We don't need to glorify them. We don't need to hold them up. And that's the first thing that we have to say about mass shootings. The second thing to say about mass shootings, there are 38, at least 38 different reasons why mass shootings happen in the United States, not counting around the world. And by the way, mass shootings happen in other countries often. So when they tell you it doesn't happen, that is a lie. They happen often. And we have also mass stabbing and mass attacks. Remember, last week we just covered it on this program. In Israel, there were two guys, they ran around with axes, and they killed 3 people and injured 3 others. It was a mass attack. We saw in France, remember in Nice, France, what was it, 4 years ago, that there was that Islamic nut job, not because he's Islamic, but he's a nut job, and he used religion as his excuse. And in Nice, France, he drove a truck and ran people over. Do you remember that? That's a mass attack. Now, in the United States, we have them in a slightly different way. They're not using trucks for the most part. They're not using swords and knives and axes, although there are examples of all of that happen in the United States. But we have people, crazy nutjobs like the San Bernardino shooting, the Orlando, Florida shooting, the Boulder, Colorado shooting, the New York subway shooting. They all happen, and these are nut jobs. They're crazy people. So let's keep that in mind. And these nut jobs are being motivated by the worst thing that could possibly motivate them. It's because, like I just said, some of them think that they are being silenced. They think that no one hears their voice. That's why they go onto social media to try and play these things. They go onto Twitter, they go onto Facebook, onto YouTube, and they try and live stream their crimes so that they'll get attention because they are selfish. They're evil, selfish people. They want attention. They want people to pay attention to them. And they're evil. And that's what we saw in this case. The guy's saying, oh, well, it's Republican values. No, it's not. There isn't a single Republican value that says go out and kill someone. No, there isn't. In fact, we fight against that. Abortion, we're against it. We want people to live. So do Democrats, other than abortion. Democrats, too, want people to live, for the most part, as far as I know. No one's saying that you should go out and kill anyone. No one, ever. So this nut job, and the media is falling into this. He's saying, well, I'm not getting represented. I'm getting nullified in my state. In New York State, he's getting nullified because non-citizens are able to vote. I can understand the frustration. Does not excuse killing anyone. He's saying that across America, we're seeing an emphasis on things that are destroying America. An emphasis like when Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot decided to tell all the gay, trans, LGBTQAI++, whatever, that they need to get their weapons, a call to arms, to rise up and fight. She literally said it's a call to arms. You know what? I remember when I lived in Soviet Georgia, and I remember I was in Tbilisi, the major city there, and there was a civil war. This is in 91. And they had their civil war. And a bunch of students rose up and they They had a revolution, and Kamsa Prime Minister Kamsa went to the north of Soviet Georgia, told the people, pick up your pitchforks and your swords and your plows and go to war. It is a call to arms. And they did. And they did. They were shooting machine guns, heavy machine guns, across the street at each other. They blew up the telegraph office. Now, that may not sound like a big deal to you. In the city of Tbilisi, the largest city in Soviet Georgia, over 1 million people, there was only one telephone junction. Think of it as Ma Bell. When they blew up the telegraph office, all phone lines in the entire country got cut off. It was insane. It was insanity. I had to get on the last plane leaving Soviet Georgia while my bodyguard was telling me to watch out because they were talking about capturing the American because that would bring America into the conflict. I am very familiar when I hear politicians say, let's call to arms. Go and get armed so we can fight. I take it very seriously. I have seen it happen. I've seen it affect my life and people around me. It is a scary event, and it's something that you shouldn't hear. Now, I understand there is hyperbole in politics, and I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second. But when you hear that, and you hear that people are being nullified in their votes, people who are not well in their heads, crazed people, make stupid decisions. And that's a problem. Because Lightfoot is being lauded. She's being held up for this. And I think people have seen. We've seen that in Virginia Tech. We've seen that in many of these things. And we're seeing that politicians are using this as a way to get votes. They're saying, well, see, those guys are evil. They're bad. Don't vote for them. Vote for me. I'm good. Those people, they want to kill you. Our people don't. That's a lie. That's a lie. There are just about as many mass shootings that are from the people, crazed people from the left, as there are from the right. It doesn't make a difference about your politics. And anyone who tells you that is a liar. How about Darrell Brooks? Do you remember Darrell Brooks? This was from November 24th. Darrell Brooks ran over a parade of people because he's a black supremacist and he hates white people. I didn't see the national news freaking out and saying that you need to lose your right to drive a car and that this is about Democrats and progressives that are teaching people to hate white people, critical race theory, because that's what Darrell Brooks said. You say, well, Mike, that's just one guy, one case there. What about the shooter in the New York subway? Do you remember him? Another crazed nut job who is also a black supremacist, who was watching all of the black supremacy conversation on Twitter. And he felt justified because white people are evil, because that's what critical race theory tells you. White people are inherently evil, that they are inherently racist. And black people are victims, inherently victims. And you can never change that. That's what critical race theory says. And that's what these people, these crazed individuals, they live off of that stuff. And when we have a president who is dividing America, who is telling us ultra MAGA, who's telling us that he's tired of people who aren't listening to him, when we have Kathy Hochul, who is firing our doctors and nurses because they don't obey, these crazed lunatics think, oh, well, this is the thing that I should be doing. And they go out and they act on this. They follow this up. When Maxine Waters tells these crazed individuals that if you don't get a charge that wasn't made, a charge that wasn't part of a trial, that if you don't get a guilty vote, you should burn it down, that you should go out and protest and be more violent and destroy a city that was already destroyed. I'm not picking on this to say, well, Democrats are just evil. No. I'm telling you that mass shooters are crazy, evil people, and they are on the left as well as on the right. They just don't get that much press. When was the last time you heard anyone talking about Wakusa, Wisconsin, and the guy who drove over people in a Christmas parade because they happened to be white? When was the last time you heard that news story? 2 days after the incident, they let it die. When was the last time you heard about the New York subway shooter? When did that news drop off the face of the earth? Within 3 days, as soon as they figured out that it was a big black guy and he's a black supremacist, the same day they caught him, found out that he was a black supremacist, that he believed in critical race theory, the story died across the entire nation. No one said another word. That's the problem. When you demonize a group of people, eventually crazy criminal individuals are going to act on that. Remember the guy who shot the Bernie Sanders supporter with a machine gun that shot all the Republicans on a baseball field because Bernie Sanders is against them, and Bernie Sanders was, to that crazed individual, demonizing Republicans, so he decided to shoot them all? Do you remember that? Because that story also got killed. So the problem isn't just the mass shooter, it's the way the mass media, the major media, is telling the story. They're telling you that one group of people are evil, even though they're just a bunch of evil, crazy people of all types. I don't care if it's their religion, like San Bernardino, or down in Florida, or over in Boulder, Colorado, or if it's because it's political, like we saw in Wakusa in Wisconsin, like we saw in the subway system in New York City, or this nut job today in Buffalo. It doesn't matter. They're all the same kind of nut job. So I want to tell you something. This nut job, this particular nut job from the mass shooting in Buffalo, he's from Broome County. John Cordisco was mentioning it earlier, and it's been reported in the major news media that this nut job is from the southern tier of New York, that this nut job went to SUNY Broome. Now, again, he's saying, well, I see this everywhere. It's online. And he was motivated by nut jobs in other parts of the world, like the Christchurch shooting, which wasn't in America. It's one of his heroes. It's one of the things that he was supported by. But he was also influenced by the nut job in Wisconsin that drove over a parade of people. He saw those guys and said, well, no, this is a race war that's going on. So he needs to do something because of a race war, and he happened to be a racist. I'm not supporting racists. I think that's an evil thing. I think the bigger problem is he's a crazed mass shooter. That's the first problem. That's your main problem. But I had someone tell me, they called me, a friend of mine, called me up yesterday, last night, and said, oh my God, the news just came out. This freak of nature that went up into Buffalo to do this mass shooting, he went to SUNY Broome. Mike, be careful. Because they're going to say that critical race theory, if you're against critical race theory, well, then you're a racist. That means you are a mass shooter just like that guy. Because that's what the media does. Well, if you have an idea, if a crazy, psychotic mass murderer has an idea and you have the same idea, well, you're that mass murderer. You're the same thing. You're just as evil. Mind you, they didn't say that about the subway, the Brooklyn subway shooter. They didn't say that about the guy who ran over people in a parade. They didn't say that about Muslims in San Bernardino or Orlando, Florida, or in Boulder, Colorado. No. Those were individuals. They're separate. They're just crazy. Don't mind any of their left-leaning beliefs. That has nothing to do with the left. But if you happen to be on the right and you say that critical race theory is a bad thing, well, now I'm a bad guy. I'm evil. And the fact that I was out just this last week, May 3rd, and I was out protesting critical race theory at SUNY Broome, and this crazed individual went to SUNY Broome, well, then someone's going to attack me. And my friend was worried because they're going to say, Mike, they're going to say you went and you made a protest about critical race theory. You did it in SUNY Broome. This nut job was in SUNY Broome. They're going to blame you for it. No, they're not. No, they're not. Because I'm not a nut job. I'm not asking anyone to be violent. In fact, I constantly tell people, don't be violent. If you have a protest, make sure it's peaceful. I spoke to the police at SUNY Broome to make sure it was peaceful. I peacefully held my sign and made sure people knew what I was thinking. I spoke to several people in person. I have been on this program for hundreds of hours to make sure that people know where I stand. And you may not agree, but that doesn't mean, one, you get to use violence against me. I don't get to use violence against you. And it doesn't mean I'm advocating for violence. That's just a lie. Anyone who would dare to use that, and I am sure my friend is very correct that they have a real fear that some nut job's going to go, well, you're a conservative. You're a black conservative against critical race theory. You must be evil. You're promoting evil. You're part of the Klan. Who knew? You are a white supremacist, like progressive leaders of tomorrow have said to your face. Yes, progressive leaders of tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, have been in my face, 50 of them. And they ran up to me and screaming and shouting, chased away the major news media as I had them on a live stream. And they told me to my face that I was every kind of racial slur you could think of, including being a white supremacist. Because I didn't agree with them. Because they were trying to intimidate me. Well, anyone who wants to say that my protest at SUNY Broome, if you haven't seen why I protested, why I did the protest then and in December, you don't get to tell me what I think. I told you what I think. I have it on video. So no, I'm not afraid of that. And I will not let people stop. They're not going to stop me. John made a great point here. Richard Spencer likes strawberry ice cream. So anyone who likes strawberry ice cream, you're a racist too, right? You're a crazed mass killer because you like butter pecan or vanilla or chocolate or whatever. It's stupid. It is stupid. But they will do this, and it's not about making you safe. This isn't to protect you. Not at all. You know why I can say that this isn't about protecting you? And I'm going to get to the comments in just a moment. 6 people killed, 18 others wounded, including a 12-year-old boy. Chicago, May 9th. Chicago, May 15th. 2 teens among 5 killed, 23 wounded in shootings across Chicago since Friday evening. That was today it was reported. Let's go back a little bit further. Another state, not just, it is still Chicago. 32 people shot, 7 fatally in a weekend of violence. When was that? May 2nd. Where's the headlines across the nation screaming about the violence in Chicago? Where's the declarations of, oh my God, it's out of control. It's insane. No, it's not. It's not. Yes, America has problems. Yes, the leadership in America isn't leading. That is a problem. Yes, Joe Biden isn't a uniter like he told us back in January of 2020. He's not a uniter. He hasn't united America. He has divided America. Merrick Garland attacking parents at the PTA because they're involved with their kids. That's dividing America. Critical race theory is dividing America. Like at SUNY Broome, it is causing more rifts. And whether it's on the left or the right, whether it's black people or white people that are doing it, it doesn't make a difference. Because if they really cared, they wouldn't be separating it by your gender, your race, your politics. The problem is they're crazed individuals that committed a crime of murder for no reason whatsoever. Period. And we don't care about that in America, just enough to get us through that next election. The news media only cares when they can use it to motivate you to vote a certain way. That's it. Because they didn't care about the subway shooting. Why are they not talking about that? Why did they drop that like a hot potato? Why did it take 3 days and they'll never mention it again? Because it didn't fit the narrative. Because it's not going to make Democrats and independents vote Democrat in 2022. So it's not helpful. But this nut job happened to be a self-avowed racist. So that does fit the narrative. So they're going to tell you all about that. And they're going to try and say that SUNY Broome is a racist college. It's not. Did it have a racist program? Yes, it did. It's not a racist college. The students that go there aren't racist students. The teachers aren't racist teachers, to my knowledge. But it did promote a racist ideology that's all throughout academia, but that doesn't mean they're racist. SUNY Broome, the southern tier of New York, isn't racist because there's a racist that was here. Just like people in Chicago who are committing black on black crimes, they're not racist against blacks. You would never say the Muslims, like in San Bernardino, the Muslims in San Bernardino, they're not racist. The Muslims in Orlando, Florida, they're not racist. So why are we saying that because this one crazed nut job happens to fit a profile that the news media and Kathy Hochul, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, appointed Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, and many other Democrats, they think that's going to get you to vote for them. That's why they're going to push it. And I am getting to the comments, folks. I will get to the comments. But I want to make the point that, and by the way, if you're saying, well, that's Chicago, who cares about Chicago? Did you hear about the mass shootings in, this is in Milwaukee? Reported today, this weekend in Milwaukee. And I want you to understand how you are being used. Because we heard about this guy in Buffalo. There were 3 separate incidents in Milwaukee this weekend. 21 people were shot. 21 people were shot. The worst of the 3 events. The third most serious, and I'm quoting the article, which is coming from, this is ABC News, WISN, ABC, major news. The third event, which was the most serious, happened after 11 p.m. on Friday night near North Water Street and East Genoa Avenue. Police said 17 people wounded, but thankfully they're all going to survive. They arrested 10 suspects and recovered 10 guns. But we're talking about Buffalo. This is a gang shootout. This is like going back to Chicago in the 1920s. This is crazy. And we should be outraged that there are gangs of people, in particular a bunch of them black, but others as well, that are thinking that it's okay to have gangland shootouts on our streets in America. And the answer that we are hearing from the left is, well, that's okay. Don't worry. That's not their fault. They're just victims of the system. It's systemic racism that makes them do this. That drives me nuts. I'm not surprised there are crazed people who are using this as an excuse because it makes no sense. But they're not trying to protect you. This crazed guy who went to SUNY Broome College, grew up in the southern tier of New York, This crazed individual, the New York SAFE Act did not stop him. Red flag laws did not stop him. Ghost gun laws did not stop him. Magazine bans, gun bans, every piece of there's like 2,000 New York state regulations on owning a firearm. None of them stopped him because he's a crazed criminal that wanted to kill innocent civilians. And I know this doesn't work because they have been promising you, well, we just need one more law and we will stop this. 2013, they put in the New York SAFE Act. That's right here. 2018, they put in the red flag laws. Around 2022, they put in the ghost gun bans. Do you notice, again, look at this number here. It is a 38% increase over 5 years. 38% increase. Look at this, the 5-year change. As of 2021, 45% increase. 45%. That's with every single major initiative that we have been told. Background checks, NICS, red flags. Let's focus on red flags. This insane criminal who did the shooting in Buffalo, he threatened to shoot people in his school when he graduated from high school last year. The police investigated him. That is a red flag incident. There were 1,409 red flag incidents in New York State since they passed the red flag laws. There are about 100 of them that have happened in Broome County alone. I believe this kid was one of them. And it did not stop this crazed individual. This insane, sick, evil person. Do you see why I'm upset? It's because we are making the problem worse. Because the news media is making it worse. Because some other sick bastard out there who's on the left, who's like the guy in the subway shooting in New York City, some crazed idiot like the guy who's in Waukesha, Wisconsin, who ran a car over people. Crazed individuals like the ones down in San Bernardino or Orlando or in Boulder. One of these crazed nut jobs is going to see, oh my God, Republicans are coming after me, so I have to kill them. And that's going to be the next crazy mass shooter, just like the one in New York City subway. Oh, they did it. I've got to protect myself. Let me get them first. We're talking about sick, crazy people. It appears like that's some of their logic or lack of logic. This is the insanity they go with. And our news media is feeding into this, saying, it's the Republicans' fault. It's the Republicans. They're bad guys. They're evil. You have to believe in critical race theory. You have to do it. Well, critical race theory happens to say that white people are evil and black people are victims. So I have to go out and kill a bunch of white people to even the score. This is what crazy people think. And we are feeding them like it's a feeding frenzy for a bunch of sharks, rather than just saying the simple, honest truth. This is a sick individual. They deserve the death penalty. I don't care what excuse they will give us. I don't care what their mental malfunction is that got them to decide that they wanted to kill innocent individuals. They're like, but it's a hate crime. Murder is a hate crime. Stop right there. But it's a hate crime. I don't care. Murder is murder. Kill him once. Put him in the electric chair. He dies once. If he could die more, maybe then I'd say, hey, let's have a bunch of hate crimes. But he can only die once. And I'm okay with killing him that one time. Put him in the electric chair. Dead. Thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss.
I'm on with Mike.
So I've been going in a little bit of a rant, so please, let me hear what you have to say. Who is this?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason again.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah,
ahead.
this topic, it's close to home. If you're giving the call in, and
Absolutely.
you know, it's a very frustrating, situation when something like this happens, especially in your area, and try to kind of have an understanding of exactly what's going on. But the thing is that when you try to, understand, the psychology of somebody who does some form of insanity that you just can't justify. But the thing is that you look at the writing. Well, there were some stuff that leaked about the manifesto and writing, different ideas that the individual had, and definitely there's extreme hatred and racism and a lot of pain that this individual had towards not only
Human
Jewish
beings.
individuals, huh?
Human beings. He had a lot of rape.
Oh, human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, specifically with targeting he had said a lot of things about Jews. Um, obviously with targeting black individuals specifically as well was a pretty big obviously was part of his his beliefs. And you were talking about the whole situation where you were kind of thinking that somebody was saying that you were going to be put on the in the target for protesting critical race theory. And I think that even that idea that them saying that is is an unvalid argument, at any point, because the simple fact is that critical race theory in it's all its forms of race, I mean it has the same ideology as this individual has, but just completely flipped and reversed, and you know I almost think too is that when you think about somebody at his age, and what he was growing up with, critical race theory was generally being applied to him, and everything that happened within his world was that if him being a white individual and being it, he was being blamed for every single um adverse that um had what had happened to him in his life. So um no it I know that you're dealing with individuals who are insane, who have definitely mental problems. The problem is now too is that people who feel like society against or blaming them or they're outcasts, that with the internet today is people can grab onto certain ideas and then take them and then manifest them, and then obviously with circumstances like this they act upon the way that they actually saw the world. And when somebody does something like this, it's like at some point they click and they like, this is the only solution to a problem that they have ever had. And it's so hard because I think that know I, there's a tribalism that brought on the situation, that here you have critical race theory and then you've got these white supremacists. Then both ideologies in my book, critical race theory and the white supremacist ideology are equivalent, in my book, because they're both racism, and they both hate people because of the color of the skin, or
Absolutely.
yeah. And so it's like you basically have a war that's created. The only problem is though is that you have the Democrat Party basically embracing and justifying one ideology part of the war, and it's literally fueling a breed of individuals who now are probably outcast, felt like with no know no no outlet of their own, they've been put in a position where they are the outlet. So you are creating somebody who now is going to be the opposite part of the tribe. You have a young white man basically apply critical race theory, telling him that not worthy and not just, well, where's he going to escape? He's going to actually find the opposite position who actually brace, accept it. Think it'll happen. Maybe he goes online, gets in these ideas, and then he goes, he acts upon it. But I mean,
It's a cycle. It's a cycle
it is a
because
cycle, and the
one
thing is, too,
side
is
sees, and it doesn't matter which color or race, whatever.
no,
One side seeing that another side is being blamed for everything that went wrong in their lives, so they attack. So that justifies that other group to go back and attack back, and you get this cycle of just attacks, 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 and on the side, there's a bunch of these criminals who are just like, well, everyone's distracted by that stuff. Let me go and do my own violent, crazy thing. And all it does is bring everyone down. It brings in more danger. It hurts more people. And that's what I'm angry about.
yeah, it is very frustrating. But I do, get a little, maybe a little partisan, against Democrats and a lot of, because I do see, though,
Mhm.
too, is even embraced by the Democrat Party some of the ideology, which they won't admit to. But if you look even like at Ilhan Omar, I mean, his hatred for Jewish individuals is the same thing that the anti-Semitic stuff that Ilhan Omar was out of her mouth, like show me the Ben, and they have all the money type of attitude. And the Democrats did not do a thing about that. They did not stop it. They didn't put her in her place. They didn't say that was wrong. The thing is that when they don't stand for that position and correct that behavior, and leave that out there, it fuels justification. That, oh, they are. There's nothing. They feel that hopeless. Say, well, Jews have all the control. They can't do anything. Unless they are stopped. That puts that hatred. Not only
We're seeing it.
obviously.
We're
Yeah.
seeing it. We are seeing
Yeah.
it as a reality, as I've just given several examples. Several examples. Was that 6 examples over the space of 3 years? It is a reality that they are feeding the problem. And I'm blaming both sides on that. But the extremists are feeding this, and the news media is just eating it up because it's getting them ratings, but it's hurting America. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut it. Go ahead.
No. You definitely. You had a lot point. I mean, but when we say both sides, we got to be clear. It's like I think that when you say both sides, I think there's one side of, like I said, you have the critical race theory, which is pushes a very racist agenda, generally towards whites. You've got the white supremacy, that pushes the other way, and then you've got the kind of in between. Actually, there's almost an agreement between the white supremacists, some of the far left liberals when it comes to Jewish individuals, combined basically to wipe out, everybody that's, unfortunately Jewish. And, there's that hatred. But the thing is that, I like when it comes to almost a partisan and political party type, that I do see, though, because, the Democrat Party, embraces critical race theory, they take on, most extreme part of that one side, racist side, and then they tried to tag, like the ultra mega. They want to say ultra mega, that opposite thing. They believe in that white supremacy. It's insane. There is no conservative movement. There is no ultra mega movement or any mega movement. Make America great movement that excludes people based upon the color of their skin. Now they do exclude people based upon their character. And that I would say that the mega would do. But the Democrats basically say, well, it's not character that the color of somebody's skin or they're being racist, which is absolutely not. And I think, though, there is a certain amount of weak among certain um, you know, general groups of Republicans basically don't stand up, against, this obviously this partisan, not even partisan, the basic. They don't want to get into the race. They don't want to. They don't want to be. They don't want to talk, about the differences, between the stances of critical race theory and white supremacy, and stay with it that they stand, to some degree. I mean, look, obviously you guys, um, uh, partisan Republicans. I mean, they're not. Well, look at yourself. I mean, you're a black conservative, so obviously, you're not a white supremacist. You know,
Oh,
there's
no,
a
no.
claim.
According to the far left, that's Citizen Action, Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. They have about half a dozen different groups, all made up of the same people, and every single one of them have said to me that they want to kill me, they want to hurt me, that I am a white supremacist and I am not black. So, yes, they do believe that.
Yeah, and well, I mean, even Joe Biden, you know, I mean, voted for Trump, black, you know,
Yeah.
and that's his opinion, you know, and it's just so absurd because the thing is that somehow, and the media helps so well to actually play the entire civil rights movement and every single racist act that was ever done in history. Somehow, completely flips it over and basically puts you, a black man, on the complete opposite side of civil rights. Just
But do you know what's the part that gets me? That's the most
What?
disingenuous part of the whole thing.
What?
And they're telling you, don't worry, they've got the solution. Ghost gun ban, magazine ban, rifle ban. This is all a lie. And I've just shown you the New York State GEVE report. Matter of fact, I'm going to put it on the screen for a second. So this is from New York State, the Division of Criminal Justice Services, the Gun Involved Violence Elimination Initiative. They do this every year. This is for all data. It was issued on April 13th, all data up to March 31st. And the number is a 38% increase. This is insane. The numbers go up year by year. It's a 45% increase since 2012. And that goes right in line with what we see from the crime data, the Crime in the USA report from the Federal Bureau of Investigations. And we see all these things they've told us that are going to protect us, that are going to save us. The magazine bans, the gun bans, the red flag laws, the New York SAFE Act, all these bills, they're going to save us. They're going to protect us from those evil people. That's 1 in 2 Americans that own a gun. Meanwhile, rifles aren't the biggest problem in the last 10 years. Knives are 4 times as deadly as a rifle. Baseball bats are more deadly than a rifle. There are people barehanded being killed, barehanded, and that's more deadly. And that's from the FBI. They're lying to us, and they're doing it because, but you vote for me because I'm going to make you safe. It's just going to be one more law, one more freedom you don't get, and we're going to go after those evil other people who don't obey like you are, because you obey. And as long as you obey, you're safe. And we're going to make sure you're safe. And those other people, we're going to go after them, which creates even more of this violence because they aren't fixing anything other than an election.
I think the biggest part of your argument that probably should win most people over the failures of well, this would be the failure of the New York State Cuomo red flag law administration. Simply the fact that this guy flagged and yet this happened. Now the red flag laws work so great. Why the hell did the guy end up doing what he did? You know why? Is because the red flag laws are a joke. And the thing is that the only thing that they do, they take law-abiding, gun owning, they take the guns out of their hands, or they make it basically impossible for anybody to want to own a gun in your state because they know that they got the government looking at their shoulder, recognizing them, at every corner. And the crap thing is that, I mean, I don't want a hindsight 2020 sort of, but I mean, my perspective, there should be no, restriction on any good individual owning a gun. I mean, open carry should basically state, the way it is. The person walks anywhere they want in an open carry, and that will actually, because look, if you're in an open carry area, you're not going to open fire. Like every single one of those black individuals had owned a firearm and had a piece on their side in a holster. This guy started firing out. It would have been very. I mean, look, I can't, predict what a crazy person would do because crazy would do crazy, But the thing is, though, is that there's always that, maybe I don't really have an opportunity here to take advantage of blow a bunch of people away if everybody, I'm gonna shoot has a gun, and that honestly, look at the history books, look at this, people who are armed, they're not going to set themselves up, it's the gun-free zones, and that sort of mentality that leads people, down a path of having sort of tragedy happen, you know, and everybody says, well, we want to lock up everything, you want to eliminate it, you want to, put everything in their little, 4x4, cubicle, and they live, their life, completely isolated from, protected from everything. 'Cause the government's going to protect them. You know what? We know that's we'd rather be free. We'd rather be in charge of our own destiny. And the thing is that we governments failed. Cuomo failed again. The red flag failed. When people aren't armed, they are not able to protect themselves. Rely on the government, to save your ass. This is what happened.
Well,
People
always.
die.
I mean, what's the old saying? And I remember it from around the block down in the Bronx. If you're waiting for 911, you're dead. And
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter because I know people say, but you're just missing the point. The guns are so deadly. Guns don't do a thing. It's people that do it. And by the way, you can take away all the firearms you want because guess what? Look at the United Kingdom. Great example. Very similar culture, very similar people, same language, mostly. And you look at the UK and look at the number of knife attacks. They are currently in the UK. An Agent Black who's from the UK can say this and verify this. And I've gone over the numbers before. In the UK, they are having the same kind of argument that we're having here about guns. In the UK, it's about knives. They have collection boxes for people to put in their knives because knife crime is so high. It's not about the weapon. It's about the mindset that says I should use a weapon against innocent individuals. If we cannot understand that and start dealing with that part of the problem, we will never fix the problem. And I truly believe that there are many politicians that understand that and don't care because this gets them votes. People get scared. They want to sleep well at night. And all they want to hear is, well, from their politicians, I'm doing something. Doesn't matter if it's the wrong thing, the right thing. Doesn't matter if it's effective or has ever in history shown that it's been effective. They just want to go to sleep going, they did something. I'm safe now. And those other people are evil because they don't agree and they don't want me to sleep at night safe. You're lying to yourself. The politicians are lying to you for political gain. And if you think I am wrong, please tell me where I am wrong in that. I'm willing to hear it.
Frustrating. I just, the compensation of guns, and their, position has been, outright wrong. And, look at, look at even the incidents right now. They want gun control. They want lockdown. Look at the situation in Ukraine. If Ukraine wasn't as well armed as they were, honestly, they'd be rolled over by Russia right now.
Actually, they weren't until we gave them the firearms that we won't give our own people.
Yeah, that is. But thing is that they always had a right. I don't know.
No, they didn't. They didn't. And they made the right to defend themselves.
Yeah, so it is. Yeah, but the bottom line is that was one of the. And the thing is too is that there's certain ideas, and this is the problem too. We'll say this about social media. Say this about the fact of how big of an outreach your voice is allowed to have on media and these sort of ideas. The thing is that they get shut down, and so people. We get frustrated that these politicians are getting away with pushing red flag laws and doing without any sort of pushback. The thing is, when your voice is getting silenced, your perspective is getting silenced, nobody's hearing it. So there is no argument on the other side. So people can't be persuaded. And I think too is even about the situation with this one guy with shooting. It's like, okay, you go to BC, you try to protest, or not even that though. It's like you have an idea, you have a voice, you're very persuasive, and you're a black man. This and people who who are racist or who even embrace that ideology, they're not the well-educated guy. They have their own think tank. They're in their own little hole. They need to see a bigger perspective. They need to see a black conservative. The thing is that you never have seen a black conservative. Never been able to get out there because they want to shut your voice down. So you don't have the opportunity to reach out to people. And to say, hey, look, you know what, this is the way the world works. You don't need to go out. Okay, let go of the hatred. This is the way the world works. But the thing is that with you being shut down, with you not being able to get your voice out there, I mean, it makes the world less safe. It lets less ideas flow. I mean, how do you do anything? When you can't be heard.
It's the whole point is, and not supposed to be heard. In fact, I am pretty sure that I'm going to hear either from people the same individuals that called the police on me at SUNY Broom to try and stop me from protesting critical race theory are going to be the same people who are going to try and get my channel disbanded because I made that protest. And they're going to say, I'm sure this is going to happen, and God help me, this is why I need people to subscribe. They're going to say, well, Mike is a white supremacist because he was against critical race theory, just like this nut job. You have to wipe out his entire channel so that no one will be hearing about the bird flu. No one's going to hear about the newest developments with the liver disease in children. No one's going to hear about the economy and all the other things that I do and all the points of view I have. A9095, all the laws that I cover, all the events I cover. They're going to try and get rid of all of it because they can get rid of everything that opposes their point of view by saying, well, he's a white supremacist. So we get rid of him. We got to silence those people. This is why they created the Disinformation Governance Board, the mind police, the thought police of the Biden administration. This is what they're trying to do. They're just trying to protect themselves and silence everyone else. And that only makes it worse.
Yeah, and what will they do? I mean, they'll look at your channel, look at what you say, they'll look at this instant, and where this guy is. They will look at he's spewing information which we think, it propagates, these sort of incidents. So we got to shut, Mike Vasquez down. We got to destroy no Soundbites Allowed because he is the one, and he has ideas that we think actually promote these shootings, and then we got to eliminate him. When in all reality, that every single position you take, is basically, eliminate this radical, racism, which is actually propagated, primarily. My vision, well, it's obviously, well, yeah, well, it's propagated actually in our political system. Critical race theory is actually, within our actual system. White supremacy is not something that obviously is promoted, within our government. Well, unless I guess, well, Ilhan Omar is not white, but does have an anti-Semitic spin that is allowed to propagate, I guess.
She does indeed.
Yeah. So, but that's.
But
anyway, that's my opinion on this subject.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, I'm thank you for adding, and I do want to hear others. So I'm going to see if some other people, but I still have more on this that may surprise you that you probably haven't seen in the United States news. So keep watching for a second, and I'm looking forward to seeing what people are going to say about this next part that they may not have noticed.
All right, sounds good. All right, bye.
All right, folks. So again, you are always able to call in with whatever view you have. If you are a member of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, if you're part of Citizen Action, Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, if you're a part of the far left, if you're a Democrat, if you hate guns, hey, you're open to be able to call in and tell me what you think. Be respectful. Tell me what you think. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm just evil because I'm a Republican. I don't care about that crap. Give me a reason, and I'm happy to hear it. But here's something that you haven't probably heard about the Buffalo shooting. Might have come out while we've been on the program. I just had it up. This is coming from the Daily Mail out of the United Kingdom. And I did not see, before the program started, I was looking through the news on this. Whoa, what happened? This news was not available. Here it is. It was not available for anyone in America. Okay. So, and I checked all the major news streams. I did not see this. Only in the United Kingdom, because the American news media doesn't want to say that the Buffalo gunman had the Akusa parade victim on his rifle. That this is part of what motivated this. That this psycho saw that other crazed individual in November and said, oh, well, again, like we covered it at the time, they saw this crazed individual and said, well, I have to get justice for that one person, the woman who died. That's sad. And this psycho from November, he believed in promoting. The BLM was promoting. He was quoting BLM and the CRT as the reason, justification for why he attacked people. That's how this cycle keeps going and going. And people should know that. He wrote the victim's name on his gun barrel. That's crazy. That's not right. And it doesn't solve anything. And it doesn't make it any better. There was something else in this news. There was another piece of news about this that people didn't get to see. Where is it? I had it before. I lost. It's over here. Now this crazed individual he was promoted by another crazy individual in New Zealand when he was going after Muslims. This is the motivation he saw. Again, this is the news media that hyped this stuff up. Dylan Roof, which was in 2015, and hyped this up. The Norwegian mass murder in 2011. The news media hyped this up. This is what this idiot was looking at. This is what motivated him, and this is what moved him forward, and we're not talking about it here. Why are the news media not telling us? Here's the problem. We are elevating these idiots, these evil people, into infamous heroes. That's why kids today don't know the difference between infamy and fame. They think it's the same thing. It's like all your rappers. They're infamous because they've been arrested, because they've been charged with murder and drug dealing and all kinds of crimes. And they're heroes. We see that in the NFL, where some of the NFL players are beating up on women, and they're considered heroes. Heroes. We have a problem, which is far more deep in this nation, and it has nothing to do with someone's political ideology. It's that we are lauding these individuals, and we're giving them food and fodder to run insane with. And you're not seeing this. News media, for the most part, didn't even want to mention, as was mentioned in this article, I think it was at the bottom of this article, that he was, oh yes, here it is. And when I say that, I know where he went. He went to Broome Community College. He went to Broome, and I don't know, was he in Broome Community College in December when Broome Community College, also known as SUNY Broome, when they did the December critical race theory event? Because in January, he decided that he wanted to do this insanity. Was that the thing that tipped him over? What pushed him? We need to look at these things and say, why are we feeding the flames of racial disparity? Why are we watching and allowing Joe Biden to go out and say that he hates one part of America, half of American voters anyway, 78 million people who voted and voted for the ultra MAGA. And they're the bad guys? Why? And that justifies, and we should lose our rights and freedoms for programs that have never worked. Never worked. Did you know that this crazed individual decided that he wanted to, that what happened on November was part of what caused this to happen. That was his reasoning and justification. Just like the crazed individuals in the subway shooting and the one in Wakusa, well, their justification was also they saw things from BLM. They saw things from Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, from Antifa, from the Democratic Socialists of America. All of them saying that, well, America's evil and racist and biased. And, well, the only answer is you have to fight back. We've heard that from Lori Lightfoot and Representative Maxine Waters. They got to fight. They're doing it. It's destroying this nation. And we are exporting it to the United Kingdom, to France, to Germany, around the world. That's why France's President Macron says he actually banned critical race theory in France because it's poison. And it's being used by both sides to justify evil. Now, I know a lot of people have had something to say about all this. I definitely call in 607-242-1582. Tell me what you think. Tell me how this makes you feel. Do you feel like politicians are going to make you safe this time, that they're going to pass another law and this time you're going to be safe? Maybe they're going to do something like they tried to do in, what was it? It was in California, where they decided that, well, kids under the age of 21 can't have a gun. And you're going to say, well, maybe that would resolve it. Maybe that would be the answer. Here it is. They say, oh, well, it's illegal aliens, and you're a racist because it's illegal aliens. Well, they're part of a problem, but they're not the problem for this. And the Ninth Circuit Court tried to say that if you're under 21, you can't get a rifle. Forget semi-automatic. Every rifle out there nowadays is a semi-automatic. That's just a rifle. They put in these other words to distract you, to make you think, oh my God, it's like in the movies. You know, where Arnold Schwarzenegger is one-arming an M60 and firing on the same 12 bullets for the entire movie. It's not reality, folks, but they want you to feel like it. They want you to be afraid like it. And they want to take away your rights and your freedoms because, well, that'll make you safe. Except it doesn't make you safe because it didn't make anyone safe in Milwaukee. Those kids weren't doing anything legal. They don't care about the crime. But we hear people like this guy, Tony Poznansky. He's a blue check. He's a writer and artist. That's fantastic for him. I'm happy that he's got success. And he goes, 10 innocent people dead in Buffalo in a supermarket, like in Colorado, Boulder, Colorado. Maybe the right should worry about controlling their racist, gun-happy supporters rather than women's bodies. What has this got to do with abortion? Where's that insanity? See, this is the problem. This is what creates these kind of people, this insanity. This has nothing to do with abortion. This has to do with crazed individuals breaking the law. Laws that they don't care about. That's why they are criminals. They broke the law. And he happens to be crazy. But telling me that he's not part of the Republican Party, he's a crazed individual. Just like I don't think anyone in the Democratic Party is running around saying that the New York subway bomb shooter is part of the Democratic Party and he represents them. I don't hear the Democrats saying that. They were dead silence about that. But no, it's the right. It's no, that's the wrong answer. How about someone a little more famous? You know, Stephen King. Stephen King, that deep intellectual political analyst. Stephen King, the guy who ran for elected office, who knows so much about American politics. And I'm not saying that Americans don't have a voice, but I want it in context. This fiction writer who writes some horrific, good stories, scary stories, he goes, the lunatic in Buffalo exercising his Second Amendment rights, 10 dead. No, you don't have a right to kill anyone. Whether it's the Second Amendment or not, yes, you have a right to the Second Amendment. That doesn't justify you going out and killing anyone. Stephen King should be smarter than this. Stephen King should understand stuff like this. He writes for a living. He should understand the meaning of what he has just said. He is demonizing 160 million Americans who happen to also be Democrats and independents and moderates and libertarians. 1 in 2 Americans own a firearm. In fact, 1 in 2 Americans own 2.5 firearms. He's demonizing every woman who has gotten a firearm and uses it for her own protection. This is part of the problem. This is the part we have to address, because this Stephen King is saying, oh, well, if we get rid of the Second Amendment, you're going to be safe. No. And Stephen King, you're not that stupid. You know that that's not going to make people safe. If we made every single firearm in America illegal, like it is in the United Kingdom, you will still not be safe. That will not stop crazed individuals from committing crimes and or committing murders. Columbine used bombs. I've covered on this program, there were kids who were in the Boy Scout that tried to make bombs and go to Islamabad, that city in Islamabad, in New York State. I covered that a couple of months ago. Stephen King is smarter than this. He knows that the only thing he is doing by making this statement is driving people crazy. That he is helping to promote the problem, not the solution. And politicians are piggybacking off of his statement and using it to get votes. They're out there saying that, oh, Stephen King, he got it right. It's the Second Amendment. That's the problem. If we just get rid of the Second Amendment, there won't be a problem. You'll sleep well at night. You'll never have problems. There will be no crimes, no violent crimes going on. Don't look at the FBI data. Don't look at the New York GIV, the Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Report. Don't look at any of the data. Just trust Democrats when they tell you the criminals will finally start paying attention to the law when we just eliminate your right to defend yourself. Women, don't worry. You're 5'2", 5'3", 5'4". You weigh 110, 120, 140 pounds. Don't worry. You know what's going to protect you? The government's going to protect you. So when that 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 220, 250 pound crazed criminal comes after you, don't worry. It's going to be like the movies, the 355. You're going to just beat him up and toss him around like he weighs 20 pounds, and the government will come in and save you because they passed a law. Do you believe that? Because I don't think even Stephen King can make a fiction that insane that anyone would actually believe. And that's the problem. We all know this is a fiction. This is a lie. This is a manipulation of your emotions. And they will blame anyone they need to get the result that they want, including this channel. And if you think I am wrong, I am open to hear it. Yes, I am passionate about this. I have been talking about this for years, decades. I have gone over the data year after year. Every year, several times a year, I go through the data. And it always comes up with the same results. We see the same thing over and over again. Doesn't matter which laws are passed. You don't have to believe me. Believe Professor Alan Fox. Professor Alan Fox out of Northeast University, who has done several studies on this. Crime, mass shootings stay exactly the same. It's an average, approximately 20 events every year with 100 people dead. Consistent, true for 40 years. But now they're just trying to attack, and they're doing it because it's an election year. And the public is saying, do something. And they're going to say, and we're hearing it from Kathy Hochul. We're hearing it from Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. We're hearing it from Stephen King. We're just going to get rid of that nasty, evil law and you're going to be safe. Well, we can only do that if you vote for us. So vote for us. You got to vote for us. Otherwise, we can't protect you by making yet another law that the criminals don't follow. Definition of a criminal: someone who doesn't follow the law. But it's those ultra MAGA. But remember, ultra MAGA conservatives tend to be more law-abiding than anyone else. You can always find an example otherwise, but that's not the reality. The reality is the conservatives, the Republicans, tend to follow the law more. That's why they're conservatives. They follow the law. They follow the traditions of the law more than progressives who want to change the law. Remember, progressives, their whole idea is they want to transform America. They want to rewrite the Constitution. They want to give you human rights and not live by the inalienable rights you are born with. They want to change it. Which one's more likely to follow a law? The ones who always follow the law and say we have to follow the law as it is written, or the people who say we need to change the law to something we like? Which one sounds more likely that they're going to follow the law? The ones who want to change the law to something they like and only want to do the laws that they like, as they create sanctuary cities across this country, saying, oh, we're only going to follow the laws that we want to follow? Or is it going to be the people who actually follow the law, even when they don't agree with the law? There's a lot of ways to look at this. And none of the ways they look at it are ways that the news media is putting this out right now, disingenuously, to change your election, to change your voting habits, to instill fear and make you dependent on the government, and at the end of the day, to make you obey. That is the goal at the end of the day. Obey. Don't speak. Don't ask questions. Obey. They said they're going to fix it. Just like they said in 2013. Just like they said in 2018. It's just like the 18 states that have passed red flag laws, and they all told you the same thing too. And none of that was true. And it didn't work once. But now it's going to work because they're going to write another law. And I'm the bad guy for telling you that they're using you. I'm the bad guy for telling you that they have no plan. That they're just going to do the same thing they did for the last 40 years. That the only thing close to a plan is win the election. Those guys are bad. Don't vote for them. Vote for me. I'm good. I have the right answer. They have the wrong answer. You want to vote with me. You want to sleep at night? Give up your freedoms, give up your rights, and vote for me, and you'll be okay. That's the message that we're hearing from Democrats as they tell you that, oh, by the way, depending on the color of your skin, you may be evil. Because that's critical race theory. That's intersectionality. That's gender identity politics. If you don't have, by the way, the Democrats just happen to mention that if you don't happen to have the right color of skin, the right kind of gender, the right kind of sexual preference, well, you just might be evil. You can't do anything about it. You're born that way. It doesn't matter what you think because it's in the back of your head. It's running around, microaggressions. You have no control over it. You're just evil. But don't worry. The Democrats, the progressives, they forgive you. They forgive you for being evil by birth, even though you don't know it, even though you don't do anything. It's you. You're just as evil as the Buffalo shooter. And that means just give up all your rights, do what they say, obey. And I swear, if anyone disagrees, I will hear you out. I will hear every argument you have to make that says I am wrong in everything that I have presented. Everything, all the evidence that I am showing you, the conclusions that I am drawing. I am not asking anyone to become a Republican. I'm not asking you to do what I say. I'm not a progressive. You don't have to do things just because a black man said so. I'm telling you, this doesn't make sense, and it's part of the problem. And if anything, it's the easiest part of this problem that we can resolve. Stop glorifying the shooters. Stop blaming it on others. They did it. They're responsible. These mass murderers, they're the ones responsible for their actions. Hold them accountable. Don't blame their mom, where they were born, the color of their skin, their politics they may or may not actually have. I don't care about any of that stuff. None of that is relevant. Let's hold them accountable and punish them accordingly. Period. Let's start there. Write the news stories based on that. Here are the facts. Kid 18 shot 13 people dead. He is a mass murderer. He is crazy. He should go to jail. Our American system believes that he is innocent until proven guilty beyond a shadow of doubt. We look forward to him having that trial so that we can then put him on the electric chair. That's what I would like to see the news say. That's all they need to say. I do have a trouble saying that. It's hard to say that when you see people like Stephen King and these other blue checks on Twitter, when they're saying, well, it's because you're a Republican, it's because you don't believe what I believe. I don't see a difference when I see Stephen King saying that it's the Second Amendment that's the problem. The problem is the Second Amendment. And if you don't believe what he believes, then you are a lunatic. How is that different than the Ayatollah of Iran saying that if you do not believe in Islam the way that he wants you to believe it, that you are a devil and you need to die, which is what the Ayatollah Khamenei has been saying his entire life. This is what he says every day as Joe Biden is trying to make a deal with him on the Iran nuclear deal, which we have covered in great detail. He says America must die. He has never changed his mind. The state of Iran, the nation of Iran, has never changed its opinion. It wants to see everyone die. And they are using the exact same logic as Stephen King and this other guy, Tony. The same logic. You don't believe what I believe, so you should be punished. You are responsible for other people's actions. And because you think different, you are wrong. I'm sorry, that is straight out of the most totalitarian dictatorships I have ever seen. This is wrong. But I am willing to listen to anyone who can give me a reasonable understanding of why I don't get it. Is there something that I am not seeing in the evidence, in the news, that says, is there some report, any report that actually says that gun control reduces mass shootings? Because I can tell you that in 15 years of covering mass shootings, there isn't one. I have yet to find one, not one that has ever done it. I have yet to find one report, not one report in America or anywhere in the world has shown that a red flag law reduces suicides or stops mass shootings. Not one. I have not seen a single report where the New York SAFE Act or a magazine ban or a gun ban has stopped mass shootings or gun crime in general. I have not seen it. I'm happy if someone has that report. If you are aware of it, I will be happy to look that over. It doesn't exist. In 15 years, I've never seen evidence of it, not once. And to demonize me and others because I have a political ideology that says that doesn't work, let's find a solution that does. If you're demonizing me because of that, then the problem isn't me. That's funny. Agent Black just mentions 40K. That we just need to see the 40K view. For people who don't know, 40K is a game. It's called Warhammer 40K, 40,000. It's a very dystopian, dark game where everybody is a bad guy. There are no good guys in that game. Warhammer 40K. I hate the company, love the game. Now, the company is just stupid, but the game is great. And in that game, there's like different factions and what is it? What's the saying? In the 41st millennium, there is no time for peace. There is only war. That gives you an idea. Everyone is a bad guy. Everyone is doing something wrong in 40K. And perhaps that's the way the world is right now. Everyone's a bad guy. Because that's what they're asking us to believe. Everyone is a bad guy. And the only people who are the good guys are the government. And only when certain people are in the government. And I just don't believe that. And I have yet to see any evidence that makes me want to believe that. Least of all, people like George Takei or Stephen King or Sean King or The View. They're spouting the same kind of evil, vile rhetoric that it's creating this. But if, again, I'm happy. You can call in. John's called in. Jason's called in. You can call into 607-242-1582. And I'm happy to hear what you have to say. I'm happy to hear your voice on it and tell me what you agree with or what you disagree with. I'm not saying that you have to agree 100% or 50%. I'm not telling you have to agree with me at all. But if you don't see what I'm saying, if it doesn't make sense, tell me why. Tell me why. Because they're lying to you. Appointed Governor Kathy Hochul is lying to you. She's looking to win an election, and she's going to use all the fear to get her votes. That's all she cares about. Because if she was honest with you, she would say, I know the red flag laws didn't work. Not in this case, not ever. I know that the New York SAFE Act didn't work in this case, nor ever. I know that magazine and gun bans didn't work. Not in this case, not ever. We need a different solution. That would be the most honest thing she could possibly say. And I would have more respect if she or Antonio Delgado or whoever's running the New York 19th Congressional District or any of the candidates like Josh Riley, like Francis Coppola, if any of them were honest, I'd have more respect for them. I think everyone would have more respect for them. But do you think I'm wrong? What do you think? When we're hearing Joe Biden demonize 78 million people, when we're listening to people like Stephen King demonize 160 million people, when we're listening to Democrats promise that they're going to punish 100 million people for the mere exercise of their rights because one person didn't do it. And remember, these are the same people that tell me and told you that a protest is mostly peaceful just because one person committed arson and has a building burning in the background on CNN and MSNBC. And even though there's arson going on live in front of your eyes, you can't judge the rest of the crowd by that. Even though they killed people like David Dorn or Jessica Dottie Whitaker or the kids over at the Chaz or in Atlanta and in Seattle, even though these things happened, you can't blame the political movement. You can't blame the rest of the crowd. They're all innocent, but I am demonized because this one crazed idiot happened to live in the same area that I live in. So I'm a bad guy. No. That's manipulation. Agent Black mentions that the silent majority, that we are the people, and currently the loudest voices happen to be with the fringe elements, but that will change. And I hope it will. But I don't see it changing. I'd like to see it change, but I don't see it changing. Not when you see all of the news media, all of the entertainment industry, whether it's from sports or movies and TV, and the controlling interests of the internet, like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, when they're trying to censor and silence and punish people for not saying the approved thing, even though all evidence tells us that the things that they are trying to shove down our throat, these lies about how they're going to protect us and save us, has never been true. I'm not the only one who sees that. It has never been true. We have 40 years. It's like climate change. We have 55 years of evidence that they have always been wrong. And yet we have climate change. It's the greatest threat. It's one of the rotating greatest threats to America. Inflation, greatest threat to America. National security, greatest threat to America. It's a rotation. But, and you hear this in other countries too, because in the United Kingdom, they say the same thing. In France, they say the same thing. Germany, Australia, Canada, they say the same thing. Words are the greatest threat to your country. It's a rotation. None of it, the evidence tells us that when we give in and give up our rights and we believe in the fear, we say, okay, you know what? You got me. I'm scared. I'm finally scared. I'm going to give you the rights. I'm going to give you the power. And then the same thing happens. Again and again and again. And then they come back to you and go, you know what? We didn't take enough away from you. We didn't punish you enough for not committing the crimes these other evil people have done. Really? Yes, Elon Musk may be making a change. But we have, on one side, we get Elon Musk, and then we get the Ministry of Truth. We get the Disinformation Governance Board on the other hand. And see, that's one of the fears that I have. And I hope people are subscribing. I really do, because they're going to come after me. Just this week, we got did I show everyone? It's the most insane thing. I want to show you guys something. You're just not going to believe this. It is absolutely mind-bogglingly stupid what I'm about to show you. But I want you to understand how dumb this really is. Let's see. I want to bring it up. I didn't even think about bringing it up before. Here it is. So I want you to see this, folks. This is what we're up against. So on Friday, I got this message. On Friday, I had a copyright attack, a strike from Facebook because of my commentary March 1st on the 2022 State of the Union. Now, so you can see this. And I want you to notice something right here. I got a copyright strike not from C-SPAN. I didn't get it from YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. No one gave it to me at the time when I was live streaming the State of the Union. Whether you agree with what I had to say or not doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I said. TV Bartravash. I don't know how to pronounce that. In India, TV9 in India said, my voice, Joe Biden's voice, and the video from C-SPAN were the property of India. The Hindu, this is a Hindu TV station in India, and they said the American State of the Union and my commentary about the State of the Union and your comments about the State of the Union belong to them. And when they said that, Facebook said, of course it does. Of course, it's absolutely belongs to a country. It belongs to this TV station in another country that doesn't even speak this language. An entirely different country with an entirely different government. It obviously belongs to them. Literally, if you look at the timestamp, it's Joe Biden and me speaking with your comments live. So it obviously belongs to this television network in India that speaks in Hindu. So this is what I had to say to Facebook. First, this was a newsworthy event, the State of the Union 2022. Second, the political commentary coverage is transformative and original, which is fair use. Third, we are a recognized news media. We are small, we may be small, but we are a legit member of the press. That covers fair use on all three parts. It is fair use for us to comment on the president doing the State of the Union live with your commentary. Absolutely. That is legal. C-SPAN didn't have a problem with it. Not a second of problem with it. Also, TV9, a Hindu news station in India, is a foreign company with zero rights to U.S. news, content, or commentary that isn't their own, especially from C-SPAN, an American company. Why is this even considered a claim? And the answer to that is because they're trying to silence me. Because they're trying to shut down this channel, my voice. They're trying to shut down this channel, my voice, your voice. They're trying to tell you obey or else. They expected that TV9 in India was a great weapon to use against me because I don't want to go up against that big company. And I guarantee you they have more employees than I do because there's just me. And I'm sure they make money. I don't. I lose money every year. So they figured, well, that'll shut them up. Guess what? You did the same thing with Disney. It didn't work. You did the same thing with Showtime. It didn't work. I'm not going to back down when TV9 out of India tries it. It's my content. It's my information. And you don't have to like it, but you can't silence it and ban it worldwide. I know, I must sound like I speak Hindu. Hindu! And someone at Facebook said, yeah, that sounds legit. Absolutely. Block him worldwide. Don't let anyone see the video. Block it worldwide. By the way, YouTube didn't block me. Twitter didn't block me. Rumble, BitChute, Minds, Odyssey, all the other platforms, no one has a problem. And I'm sure TV9 went to all of them and said, hey, we're a Hindu TV news station in India. We want the rights to that American speaking about the American government. Give us the rights. And as far as I can tell, everyone else said, you're out of your mind. You're stupid. No. Facebook said, oh, you're going to shut them up? You're going to get a worldwide copyright ban on this? It's going to silence this? Absolutely. Here you go. Here's all his Here's his stuff. Just take it. And if they do that to me, what are they going to do to you? What are they going to do to people who don't know what the fair use law is? What are they going to do to people who aren't members of the press? What are they going to do to people that don't every week stand up and shout and talk about the issues that matter because they just want to keep their head down? They don't want to deal with the hassle. What happens to you? Don't worry, the government's going to protect you. They have a disinformation governance board. They will decide what's right for you to say. They're going to decide what's right for you to think. And just like in Canada with C16, they're going to tell you what words you can say, which means what words you can think. They're going to make that decision for you because they're the government, and the government's smarter than you. Don't mind the fact that the government is made up of a bunch of people like your neighbor right down the block who's just as dumb as you are and as dumb as I am. No, but we put enough of these dumb people together, they're government, and suddenly they become brilliant. You win an election, and somehow you instantly get injected with IQ points. Seriously, this pisses me off, folks. And I don't know how many people saw that, but you may have seen that I had the same exact argument with Disney, with Showtime. I go through this every couple of months with Facebook, with YouTube, with Twitter. They come up and go, "You can't say that." Yes, I can. You can't have that thought. Yes, I can. You can't share those thoughts with people. Yes, I can. As an American, yes, I can. As a business, yes, I can. And their answer is, but we don't like it. I don't care. I'm not here to make you feel good. I don't care. I'm not here to make progressives dance for joy. I'm not here to be a puppet on a string going, well, I'm black, so I must be a Democrat, must be progressive because that's popular at the moment. No. That's not how it works. But they're using fear. Aren't you afraid of this mega corporation with thousands of employees and millions of dollars in revenue? Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid of these crazed individuals, these criminals, these deranged, evil, vile people? Aren't you afraid of them? So give us all your power? No. No, I'm not. I'm not afraid of the crazy mass shooters, nor am I afraid of progressive leaders of tomorrow when 75 of them surround me and yell at me for 45 minutes, calling me every racial epithet they can think of. Really, it just upsets me. Thank you, Arcane. Arcane seems to agree with me. Asian Blacks mentioning light illuminates the darkness, and that's what we're trying to do. But I'm just trying to give you a bunch of ways to look at this. Think about it. Again, this one-man news channel is talking to you about things that the major news media doesn't care. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to think about the bird flu. They don't want you to think about the food shortage that's coming, nor the fact that the American government doesn't have a plan. They don't want you to think about energy prices, even though they're up, and we know that within a month to 3 months, 90 days, that the prices are going to go up as well because of it. That we're paying more for energy already, and we have been since February of 2021, and that's not going to end anytime soon. They don't want you to think about the fact that the more money they spend makes your money worth less because it's called inflation. They don't want you to think about the fact that they're going to pass yet another law about gun control that is going to do absolutely nothing as they demonize half of America for not thinking the way they approve of. That's a problem. And I am willing to stand up and say that. And I will stand up and keep saying that until the day they ban this channel. And at some point, they will. Remember, I'm still on a content strike now. I already have a strike from YouTube as we speak. They may remove this video because they don't like what I've had to say so far, what you've said in comments, and what people have said when they called in. They're trying to silence us. They're trying to make us be fearful. They're trying to cow us into submission. And yes, I would like Elon Musk to change that. I hope he could. He's pointing out that what are we seeing? This is a bunch of bots. These are machines. This is automated. This isn't real. These are fake accounts. These are members of political parties with 5 different accounts under 5 different names. These are political organizations like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Veterans for Peace, Citizen Action, Working Families Party. They're all the same group of people. It's the same group of people. They just have 5 different accounts. Oh my God, there was a shooting in a church in California 20 minutes ago. Let me see if I can find that. That's very, very depressing. One person was killed. 4 people critically wounded in Orange County, which is in a Democratic, by the way, these are all things happening in Democratic states in places where people are not allowed to have firearms. So these are criminals. They're going to gun-free zones. They broke the law. Our church is a gun-free zone, broke the law, especially in California. It's a church in Laguna Woods. Who do I trust the most on covering this? None of them. Let's see. So KTLA channel, news channel. What is this? They're mostly centrist. 59%. Okay. 1 killed, 4 critically wounded. 1 person died, 4 people were hospitalized, critical injuries. No, thank you. Laguna Woods in California, Orange County. At a church at 1:30, 3 hours ago. One person dead on the scene. No information. That was an hour ago. What does NBC have to say about this? Oh, I am so afraid. 5 injured, 1 dead. 5 injured. Okay. 4 victims critically wounded, 1 with minor injuries, all adults in the hospital, 1 dead on the scene. 1:30 California time, which would be 4:30 New York time. The news is just getting out. No motive. You know what I notice about the stories? Did you notice, folks, did you notice what's missing in these stories? What's the color of the skin of the shooter? What's the color? Was this a white person or a black person? Are they a Democrat or a Republican? What's their religion? See, normally in these stories, like the one we got in Buffalo, we found out immediately the person's race. We found out their age. We found out their political affiliation. We knew that instantly. We instantly knew what kind of firearm was being used. And that was yesterday. As the news was breaking, we knew immediately that he had a rifle and that he was white and a young man. We knew that instantly. It was the first thing that they told us. Here's this shooting in a church. I don't know the person's color. I don't know their age. I don't know the type of weapon that was used. And I don't know the political affiliation. This person was black. I may be wrong. I could be completely wrong. But I would predict that this breaking news, this person's black. I would hope, and honestly, I don't care, because they are a crazed individual that just went and did a mass shooting. They're trying to kill individuals, innocent people at a church. I don't care what color they are. I don't care what political affiliation they have. I don't care about their religion or their sexual preference. I don't care. This is a crazed individual that deserves to have the death penalty. If they are, and again, they have to go through, it's alleged that they did the crime, and they have to go through the court system and get a trial. And if they are proven guilty, they should get the death penalty. Period. No excuse for how they got raised. I don't care if they were poor. I don't care if their family was poor. Don't tell me that America is systemically racist. None of that justifies walking into a church and trying to kill 5 people. If they did it, they need the death penalty. Period. Let's see what the LA Times has to say on this. This was updated 3 p.m. East Pacific time, so this was about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago from California. 1:26. They got a more exact. Okay, so this story is more exact. They can tell us that it happened not just at 1:30, but 1:26. So they're telling us they know more details than everybody in the news that we've seen so far. Okay. We know one of the women, Cindy Frazier, running errands when she heard the overwhelming sound of police and fire engines. Who cares? Not part of the story. Doesn't mean anything. Why are they telling you that? To get your emotions involved. Oh my God, Cindy, 65, she could have been hurt. That's manipulation. It's useless. It's not part of the story. Who cares? If you want to get a quote from a local resident, all you have to say is Cindy Frazier, a woman in the area, said, but to tell us that she was running errands and that she heard all this, that's emotional manipulation. This is real-time analysis, folks. Real time. She says, quote, I thought it was the fire flaring back up, but it was just one after the other. It's just so heartbreaking. Why? Why in our community? Why in any community? Because it's a crazed individual. Period. Full stop. Orange County Fire Authority was on the scene. FBI agents are on the scene. All victims were adults. They don't know anything. But they do know whether or not the victim, the shooter, is alive or dead. They didn't mention that. They do know the color of the skin of that person. They know it's a male or a female. And they found out the political ideology of the shooter in Buffalo. And that took them, 15 minutes? By the way, User Agent Black, thank you. I know you're in the United Kingdom. Thank you for being on with us as long as you were. Folks, he's 7 hours ahead. So it's like 1 a.m. for him. So I really thank you for being here on the program with us and spending so much time. It's 1 a.m. He's got to go to work in just a couple of hours for Monday morning. So I thank you for being there. But did you notice that's 3 different news agencies we went to? 3 of them. How many news agencies? You didn't even have to go. Matter of fact, I have a story, don't I? I have coverage. Just to give you an idea, this is one of the early stories from the LA Times. Buffalo shooting is an ugly culmination of California's Great Replacement theory. This is when we didn't even have all the details. This was 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh, no, that's today. No, I got a better story. Where is it? Here it is. The AP News. That came out today. Don't I have a story from yesterday on this? I want to compare this apples to apples. Yesterday, here we go. So this is from KION CBS. This is CBS News. Okay, so CBS News says authorities suspected the Buffalo shooter traveled hours. Here's what we know. This is at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. same day. We knew how many people were shot. 10, 3 injured. 13 people, 11 are African American. We already know the color of the victims. We don't know who the color of the victims are right now in California. And I'm not trying to make this apples and pears. I'm trying to look at the same thing. I want you to see how the news media is writing this. In California, we don't know what the color or gender of any of the victims are. We were immediately being told, the first things we're being told in every article about Buffalo is that it's black people. We don't know anything about what's going on in California. Okay, so they said the shooter traveled from outside, people in a supermarket. We then find out, this is the fourth paragraph. We know the guy's name, his age, that his color of skin. We know that instantly. What else do we know? It's a hate crime, and the FBI is on the scene. This is what we know instantly. This is what they could tell us almost immediately. And then when we're looking at that, and we compare that to this story, we've got a woman who is in the neighborhood says, sounded like a fire alarm. 4 people, we know people were killed. 1 person was killed, 4 others injured. We don't know anything else about it. Do you see how the narrative has changed? That they're changing the information that they're giving you. They're changing the way they're giving you the information. That should prick up your ears and make you go, wait a minute, why are they doing this so differently? What's different about these 2 stories? Why are they changing it so much? Why are they not being consistent in the way that they are providing us information? Because they want you to have a certain kind of feeling. And if it doesn't fit the way they want you to feel, they're going to kill the story. It's going to disappear. You will not hear about it unless it fits an agenda, because you need to obey. And that means you have to have fear. And you have to fear the right things, the things that they want you to fear. All right, hang on a second, folks. I got to stop for a second. I'm not going to stop, but I'm just going to go over, take a quick break. Bear with me just a moment. Here we go. I'll be right back.
Who has done a great job in spreading a conservative message all across New York State. He's got a podcast that those of you that haven't listened to it should give it a try. Mike, come on up. We're going to hear from Mike Vasquez. Mike Vasquez, say hello to the crowd. Let's give Mike a warm round of applause.
Before I get started, how is everyone? You doing well? Thank you. I want to start off by saying I thank you all for being here. It's very important, and we all appreciate it. We appreciate the support, especially on a nice warm day like today. Gotta love the wind, thank goodness for it. And I have to say, we've heard from some great speakers so far, and we're going to hear from some more great speakers, including my friend, Assemblywoman Claudia Tenney, who's going to be speaking very shortly. Now, when I was first honored with an invitation to speak before this great audience, with a list of fellow speakers of such a great magnitude, I have to admit that I was a bit embarrassed, if I may be direct. I was not sure that I was worthy of such an honor, but I'm going to strive to live up to the ability and communication of my fellow speakers. Such great, noble, and powerful individuals in the fight to defend our Second Amendment as it defends all of our rights in this nation. Truly, I am grateful to be on this stage.
So, like I said, I was coming right back. So, It's just amazing to see the way they change the narrative sometimes. The way that they want us to feel a certain way. Very upsetting. And it troubles me because this is how they dump stories. Remember, it's like the New York City subway shooter. The moment that the story didn't fit the narrative to make you feel afraid of the things they want you to be afraid of, the story disappeared. The guy in Wakusa, when he ran over people, the story didn't fit the narrative that they wanted people to talk about and to the fear that they wanted you to have. You'd be afraid of the wrong types of groups. They killed the story. And we're about to see it happen again, it looks like. I could be wrong. I'm not telling you that's what it is, but I am telling you that's what it looks like they're doing. That looks like what they're trying to set up. It's just not right. It's just not right. It's upsetting. And I am troubled by these kinds of stories. I really am. And I don't care if they're white or black, male or female. I don't care if the shooter is got whatever political ideology. It means nothing to me. I don't care about their sexual preference. I don't care where they worked. They made a decision to kill innocent civilians. They need to go to jail. They need to get the death penalty once, after a trial, they're proven guilty. Period. Everything else does not matter. Everything else is useless information only meant to try and manipulate your emotions. Let's see what CBS, they had 49 minutes ago, they had a statement. Orange County Sheriff's Department says only one person's been detained. Okay. Sunday shooting, we know that. We know where it is. They confirm it's 126. No, thank you. Weapon was recovered, might have been involved. No motive is known. Same quote. Absolutely nothing. We know nothing about the shooter. That's another story. I would use Fox News as one of the sources, but I only use left-leaning sources. 26 minutes ago, KRC, this is NBC News, KCRA. Let's see what they have to say. We know victims. They found a weapon. There's a fifth person suffered minor injuries. Everyone was an adult. We don't know who the adults were, what their race, what their gender is. We don't know we know it's a Presbyterian church, so it's not Christian. Well, correction, not Catholic. Okay. But they are Christian. Let's see what else. The ATF is on the scene. 80% of the residents in the city of 18,000. Okay. Governor Newsom is following it, which is crazy. This happened in an area with a cluster of multiple churches. So there's Catholic, Lutheran, and Methodist churches and a synagogue. 18-year-old man shot. Well, and then they tell us about Buffalo. Why do they tell us about Buffalo? What's that got to do with this? Absolutely nothing. Totally unrelated story. So that's what NBC had to tell us. Let's see. Did we see Al Jazeera had some news on this? I hate Al Jazeera. I'll check it in a second. Why Al Jazeera is showing up has got nothing to do with it. Let's see. Anything different here? Every single news station has the same news. Not one, oops, not one is telling us, that was ABC giving me a buzzer for something. No, I do not want Al Jazeera. They are biased as hell. Okay, 45 miles from LA, multiple shot, emergency vehicles. Upsetting. They don't know anything either. It's funny. In a not haha kind of way. That when the news media has an agenda, they can tell you everything about this person. They can tell you everything about their lives. When it doesn't fit the agenda, you don't even hear the story again. You'll see the headline and you won't see another thing. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. Tell me if you've not seen that happen over and over again. Tell me, what do you remember from the coverage about the guy in Wakusa that during a parade ran people over? How long was that story around? How about, again, just a month ago, we're talking about the Brooklyn shooter in the subway. How quickly did that story die the moment they confirmed that he was black and that he was a black supremacist? As soon as they said, oh, he's a black supremacist, and you never heard another thing again. I really thought that Al Jazeera, which hates America, Al Jazeera hates America. NBC may be on the left. Al Jazeera is just, it's Iran. They just hate Americans, period. They want to demonize everyone in America. NBC, the major news media, they just want to demonize Republicans. No, Al Jazeera wants to demonize everyone. So I hate Al Jazeera. But sometimes there is a kernel of information that they will get that no one else gets. So I do look at it. And again, I'm not looking at right-leaning news at all. I'm looking at the major news media. I'm seeing what they have to say. And this is kind of how I find the stories and work on the stories that I present to you. I actually look at multiple sources. I compare what the multiple sources are saying. The things that are different in each story, if there is a difference. Who are they quoting? Why are they quoting them? How are they wording it? Oh, yeah, this old woman is walking down the street. Hey, guess what? Yeah. Don't you feel something for her? Why? That's not important information. All we needed is her name, that she's a resident, lives in the area, and tell us what she said, what she saw, what she thought. And by the way, what she saw, what she thought, had nothing to do with the shooting itself. So it's a useless quote. You saw it for yourself. It's about emotion. They're trying to build it up so that, oh boy, wait until we tell you it's a white guy. Ah! And if it's not, well, you won't remember the story anyway. So we'll go on to the next story. Michael Bowie mentions, if he was white, we'd know about it by now. And you're right. And you're right. If he was a Republican, we'd know about it already. They'd already be alluding to it. They'd have told us that they think that he was carrying some kind of semi-automatic, some kind of assault weapon. Again, why do I think it's a black person who did this? Because they haven't mentioned the word assault weapon not once. That's a big clue. They haven't mentioned anyone's color. They haven't even mentioned if they caught well, we know, I believe, I saw that they have the shooter. So, don't you think they should tell us these things? Because they do in certain stories, but not in others. And what I want you to identify out of that isn't that I'm picking sides, it's that the news media is guiding you. They are deciding how you should feel about this story already. They're deciding on what you're going to conclude before they ever give you any of the details. They've already decided how long this story is going to be a major news story. That's what you should notice. That's what you should pick up. That's why I've been doing this 15 years. I pick up those things. It's those little differences that they put into the story that make you go, oh, there's a bias here. They want this kind of emotion. They want you to get this kind of reaction. Mind you, they didn't tell you anything about what happened in Chicago this weekend. I mean, if this was in Chicago, one person dead, 4 people shot, wouldn't even make it wouldn't make a headline. It'd be part of another news story. That isn't enough people in Chicago or Baltimore or in where is it? Is it St. Louis? St. Louis, the murder capitals of the country. It wouldn't even be a headline. It'd be just an article. It'd be part of an article. That's how bad the problem is. And the problem has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with political ideology. It has everything to do with the way the media is setting you up and the way that politicians are using your emotions that have been set up by the news media to get power. And if you think I'm wrong, I am all ears. I am happy to hear what you have to say. Okay, folks, we've been on for, but you know what? Here's the thing, user. It's not the same thing every day. We really don't have that many people who are shot in mass shootings. They're very rare. And even gun violence is relatively rare. I mean, compare it to the number of people who die in car accidents, drunk driving while impaired. You can compare it to a lot of things. It's not that high a number. It's just very sensational. It's very Hollywood. So it's not the same thing every day. It's just, this is the news focusing on it. That's why they don't talk about Chicago, because in Chicago, it is pretty much the same thing every other day, but they don't care. And you don't care. Every time they talk about mass shootings, no one ever thinks, gee, I wonder how many shootings happened in Baltimore this weekend. How many happened in Detroit? How many happened in Chicago? How does this compare to the crime that we see in these major democratic cities that have every form of gun control you could possibly name, and there are no Republicans? MAGA is never part of the issue in a shooting in Detroit, in Chicago, in Baltimore. It's never because of MAGA. Ever. It's never because of Republicans. Ever. Not in those cities. Not in New York City. Not in LA. So, what are we supposed to think then? That's the thing. You're not supposed to think. But I'm just giving you a little taste of the real-time analysis that I do when I go through these stories, when I start looking through and I go, okay, so there's something here because they're changing the story. They're changing the style of the story. And this is why they want to shut down this kind of channel. Because we actually pay attention to the details. Not just the details of what they did write, but also the details of what they're not writing, of the things they're not telling the public. In the time frame it's telling the time frame it's taking them to tell the public the same thing that they say in other stories that do become national news. So that you can see this, so that when you see it, you'll know. And again, I'm only using left-leaning sources. 90% of this show, everything we pull is from either the government or from a left-leaning source. And we do that on purpose, so that you can see what the left is promoting themselves and how they are manipulating you and how it's never in your best interest. And I think we've covered that pretty well. The only thing I didn't tell you about that I think is very important, and again, I want you to understand, I'm going to go to abortion for a second and the economy. because I bet you didn't know that abortion and the economy are connected. Did you know that? Let me send that out. There you go. I bet you didn't know that the economy and the abortion are connected, and it's a positive. That this is a good thing. Now, some people may have seen this story. Not everyone did. It happened on May 10th. And this is from C-SPAN. So don't worry. I'm sure that TV9 out of India will try and steal this story from me too. I'm sure that I will get an international block and shut down the channel because someone in Hindu is going to be listening to me talk and say, well, he must be a native from India and must be Hindu, so we should take away his rights. We should steal that for TV9. Because they like taking my stuff from C-SPAN somehow. But fair enough. But I want you to hear this. And I have to set up. So, Janet Yellen, who is the Treasury Secretary, is speaking about the U.S. economy and inflation. Okay? I want you to understand. And you can see this again. The links will be in the description. You can watch the whole thing yourself. And she's talking to members of the Senate. And in talking to members of the Senate, she responds, and I'll play this part first, so you can see this clearly for yourself.
Madam Secretary, welcome. I want to talk to you about some things that also can affect our economy. The ability to have full control over one's reproductive health has real-world economic consequences. According to the Institute for Women's Policy Research, current state-level abortion restrictions already cost the United States about $105 billion annually due to reduced earning levels, increased job turnover, and time off for women. So, Secretary Yellen, if the draft of the court's...
So I want to be very clear what he just said. Okay? What he just said is, if women get abortions, it will cost less money. That's what he just said. Abortions cut costs. It's less expensive if women get abortions. Let's keep going.
Majority holding Roe versus Wade is the actual decision. What impact will the loss of abortion access mean economically for women?
Well, I believe that eliminating the right of women to make decisions about when and whether to have children would have very damaging effects on the economy and would set women back decades. Roe v. Wade and access to reproductive health care, including abortion, helped lead to increased labor force participation. It enabled men.
Abortion helps women work. Abortion helps women get equal pay. Abortion is good for a woman's career. That's Janet Yellen. That's what that statement means. I know it's talking about finance, so people may not understand it. I'm boiling it down to real world understanding. She just said, women need to have abortions so that they can make more money at work. Women need to have abortions. And by the way, Senator Bob Menendez, New Jersey, allows late-term abortion. This is what he's supporting, late-term abortion. This is what he wants women to do, late-term abortion, so that they can work more and make more money. Now, someone else also understood this.
Secretary Yellen, thank you for being here this morning. Some of your comments in response, thank you for being here this morning, I found troubling. And I just from a clarity sake, did you say that ending the life of a child is good for the labor force participation rate? giving someone the access, let me just quote what you said, that ultimately increasing access to abortion and reproductive health care allows for our labor force participation rate to continue to increase, that denying women access to abortion increases their odds of living in poverty or need for public assistance. The guy who was raised by a single mom, worked long hours to keep us out of poverty. I think people can disagree on the issue of being pro-life or pro-abortion, but in the end, I think framing it in the context of labor force participation it just feels calloused to me. I think.
So remember, and he quoted her, and you heard her say it, increased abortion. Increased. Did you hear that in the news, by the way? That she said increased access to abortions. Not the same level, not the current levels, not the current law under Roe v. Wade. Increased. They want more abortions because it's good for jobs. So if you want to get rid of inflation, get more abortions. Late-term abortions, like in New Jersey or New York or California. That's what they want. No wonder Senator Tim Scott said it's callous. It is absolutely callous. Hey, women, you want more money? Get an abortion. You want to have a career? Get an abortion. That's your only choice. You won't be able to make money. You won't be able to have a job. No. And these Democrats are going to protect you to make sure that you kill a baby, even if it's late term. It's okay. Because, it's good for America. And the news media downplayed that story. And I would think it's pretty important to have the news media tell you that the Treasury Secretary doesn't just support Roe versus Wade. The Treasury Secretary supports increasing the amount of abortions, including late-term abortions, in agreement with a senator from New Jersey that does allow late-term abortions, and that because the news media loves to focus on people's skin, so a black senator said, that's callous. Why in the world would you suggest that people need more abortions and that somehow having more abortions is good for America, that it's good for our economy? Because I think if you asked most Americans, I could be wrong on this, but I think if you asked most Americans, do you think it's a fair trade to have abortions up to the moment of birth or inflation? Which one's the one that you're willing to give? Well, you can either abort a child at the moment of birth, 9 months, a child that can live. You could abort them at 9 months and you'll have low inflation, or you'll have the inflation we have right now and babies won't die in the 9th month. You can't have 6, 7, 8, 9. Those months, no, you can't abort a child like that, which is the current law. That's what we currently have. We're not changing anything, keeping exactly the same. Depending on which state you're in, it's not going to change. New York is never going to change. New York will still allow late-term abortion up to the moment of birth. California will allow late-term abortion up to the moment of birth. New Jersey will allow late-term abortion. That's not going to change. Women will have the same exact rights, and they'll be able to get as many abortions as they want to be able to make as much money as they want. But that's the choice. Keep things like they are, depending on which state you're in, or you can go and get more abortions so the economy will be good. I don't think most people would take that. I don't think most people would want to make that trade-off. I don't think most people are that callous. But our Treasury Secretary is. That should upset you. And that's why you didn't hear this news story. It wasn't a big news story. It wasn't big news. This wasn't covered everywhere. MSNBC, CNN, They weren't talking about this. The New York Times wasn't putting out all kinds of stories about this. They let this go. They're like, that's all right. We don't got to talk about that one. They let it go. You should ask yourself, why? Why wasn't that exchange important? Because maybe, just maybe, the overwhelming majority of Americans, 55% of Americans, according to NBC, believe that there should be some kind of limits. That the overwhelming number of people in America aren't for late-term abortions. And I don't think most people would say, I could have an abortion late-term and get a raise, or I could raise a child. I don't think most people think that way. Treasury Secretary Yellen does. But that's why we see these stories. It's so upsetting. So insidious. You know what? I'm going to let's check out CNN. I just want to check out CNN because, CNN is credible. That's credible news. Thousands of employees. Let's see what these very troubled people at CNN, let's see what they have to say. One person dead, we know there's 5 people who are wounded. Victims are in the hospital, 1 victim dead, 1 minor injury. There is a person who is detained. There is a weapon. No one should have to fear going to their place of worship. Our thoughts are with the victims, community, and those impacted by tragedy. Nothing. So they got nothing. Yeah, user, it does sound appalling. It sounds appalling that that's the way they focus on this. That they, the baby's only worth so much money. Get rid of it. That's what they said. That's what Janet Yellen said. And Tim Scott was very right for calling her out and saying, that's atrocious. What is it? 238,000 babies are aborted in America every year. Almost all of them, a large percentage of them are black. And abortion is used as a contraceptive. Not rare, not essential, not life-saving, just, a form of contraception. And we have been sold by the same people who tell us, don't worry, government will protect you, government will take care of you. Just give up some more of your rights. Just give up some more of your life. Give up other people's lives. You don't have to agree with me about abortion. But look at the trend of the things that they are saying. Look at the trend of the things they are doing. And then you have to wonder, why do you think things are so bad? And by the way, I want to be fair. Joe Biden has an answer to all of it. He has an answer to the problem about the food shortages. Because remember, I was upset. And earlier in the show, I said, we should talk about the baby food formula. Where's your plan? Well, he has an answer for why he doesn't have a plan. Biden is, now, this is Claudia Tenney, who's a member of Congress, a friend of this channel. I've interviewed her several times. I know her personally. Biden is completely incompetent, dangerous, and corrupt. I agree with you, Claudia. Biden says, if we had been better mind readers, I guess we could have taken action to address the baby formula crisis sooner. Really?
Should you have taken those steps sooner before parents got to these shelves and couldn't find formula?
If we'd been better mind readers, I guess we could have, but we moved as quickly as the problem became apparent to us. And we have to move with caution as well as speed.
Should you have taken those steps?
We knew about supply chain issues since 2020. We knew about the problems with energy since 2020. We knew about the problems with the food shortages since January. And he needed to be a mind reader. On this program, we were able to predict that in February of this year. I'm one guy. The entire United States government, the Biden administration, couldn't figure out what I figured out in February. Look, I'm smart. I'm not that smart. I read a lot. I don't read that much. And yet I could figure out, and Joe Biden saying, well, you had to be a mind reader to figure it out. Guess what? I've got the videos. You can see it. I've got, as they say, I've got the receipts. This isn't rocket science. We figured this out. If I figured it out, if you were watching me as we figured it out, and he's saying, oh, you couldn't have possibly known. Yes, everyone knew. Just upsets me. But I didn't want anyone to think, Mike, you're not being fair. Biden had an answer. You didn't provide the answer. Yeah, I did. Here's the answer. I just think it was so disingenuous that it wasn't really part of the conversation, which is why I didn't play it when I was talking about baby formula. It's disingenuous. It's a lie. Yeah, the government knew. That's their job to know. All right, so folks, we've been on for about 4.5 hours. And I hope that if you've been with us either part or all of that time, I hope that you have please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. We want to get to 1,234 subscribers. I believe we're at somewhere around like 831. I really believe that. If you can, drop $1 or $2 for a donation. That helps because I lose money every year doing this. But most of all, I want to continue to do this. I'm fighting against the Ministry of Truth, the the Disinformation Governance Board that wants to silence you. I'm fighting against, as I showed you, Facebook, as they try and shut down this channel and give away everything that I have to some foreign country. God only knows why, other than to shut us down. They are trying their best to silence us, and that means they want to silence you. Every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I want to hear what you have to say. Whether you agree or disagree, I want to hear what you have to say from around the world, as we do. Because you are important, and you are not a checkbox. You are not just some category, and you are absolutely not mindless. I think you're important, and I think it's important to have conversations with you because that's how we defeat crime. That's how we make criminals afraid. That's how we stop racism and sexism and all the isms. Not by compliance, not by just obeying and holding our heads down and doing what we're told, but having real conversations, looking for real solutions, and looking at the real problems and saying, that's a problem. Not hiding from it. So, and I don't think, and I disagree with Joe Biden. You don't have to be a mind reader for most of the stuff that we do. We spend a lot more time than the average person, yes, but you don't have to be a mind reader. I hope everyone's taking this to heart. I hope you found this to be interesting. Hopefully informative. And I hope that you'll be back next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to join us to add your voice about the issues that are affecting us, to call us or to give us a chat, a text, whatever, and tell us what you think. Because we are going to listen to you. We always listen to you. Because we give you the respect of believing you're an American citizen. You're a citizen of the world. You're intelligent. And you have good ideas. They deserve to be heard. Well, with that said, folks, I'm going to let you go. I hope that you're having a good weekend. I hope that it will improve. We will beat mass shootings not by banning guns and demonizing people, but just by following the law and holding them accountable and making sure that our politicians do the same thing. Again, I end the show with what I started. We denounce any group and any individual that uses violence and intimidation to force others to accept or believe what they believe. That is wrong. It is always wrong. Violence because you disagree with someone is always the worst thing. And if you do that, you are not supporting an ideology. You're not advancing a goal. You're just evil. We say that no matter what party, what political preference you have, no matter what your sex or gender, what your sexual preference, the color of your skin, we don't care. If you use violence or the threat of violence and intimidation to try and cause others to do what you want or to punish them and kill them, you're evil. It's just that simple. Folks, I thank you. I want you to be well. I look forward to seeing you next weekend. And, well, until then, be well, folks. Bye-bye.